Connie, bend down and touch your toes.
I can't. Hi, Tommy.
There's actually 22 towers. The Tower of London used to be a prison. We'll be headed here. Prison here. Quite a tour. General Schmidt.
Now, the Tower of London is better. Someone managed to get an ice cream. Or two. Now, the Tower's been added on by various different kings and queens of England. And the outer wall was added on during Henry III's reign.
This one does, no?
No, it's a dome bridge.
Tower Bridge just outside of the London Tower.
And if you want the whole thing, this up.
Yep. It is sunny.
At least you're still smiling, that's good.
Little action.
They were in the room, they were sleeping.
Well, he hasn't come. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can I borrow one of your tickets, please? Thank you so much. You see, at the end, there's a little bit that's perforated. You see that? Just rip that off, please, like that. Then you pocket the big one as your souvenir, and there's the little one you hand into the guard. Okay? Could you do that for me? Because it speeds things up a little bit. Otherwise, the will last. Maybe even all day, who knows? That is Tower Bridge, the gateway to London. It's got nothing whatsoever to do with the Tower of London. It was built in 1894 to blend in with the tower. The drawbridge can be opened and lowered within 90 seconds, allowing great big ships to come in here, like the one you see over there, the HMS Belfast. Famous cruiser from the last World War, permanently anchored here. We sold it to Mr. McCullen for £1,025,000. 10,000 tons of facing stones were shipped to America where they're re-erected in the desert of Arizona. The best part, I personally believe, that Mr. McCullen was always tremendous about it. He was very surprised when he opened up that box. Now, come on. You know how silly people are doing. They throw money into anything, don't they? Stop it.
Entrance to the Towers of London here.
My back
Crown
is
jewels.
killing me.
Good. I'll get there.
Now, do you want to stand next to him?
Did Dave in about 2 minutes.
He didn't.
Yeah, Dave's got a shunsy back and he turned his back and his thing came flopping over and another whack at him. Whack till it bit the hip and he tipped it over and straight. You're going to jail, Buster. No! That's cool.
Is that it?
This is called the White Tower. This is the earliest one made by William the Conqueror in the year 1060 something. 15-foot thick walls on the bottom, 11 foot on the top. This gate where the traders were brought in from the river directly into the Tower of London. The tower used to be called the Garden Tower, but after so many heirs to the throne were killed here, it became called the Bloody Tower. The wall we saw from before us was bombed in World War II, incendiary bombs. Castle.
Are you bearing up? And what about you ladies? Did you also arrive today?
No, yesterday.
So you feel a little bit better than this lot does, right?
You know how you feel.
That's right. Some people just going up, those are water fountains. You know how rare they are in this country? They are not anywhere, but anyway, we have them over there, so if you want some water later on, appointed personally by the Queen of England in charge of the whole of the tower and the beefeaters. Originally that was built for Anne Boleyn as a wedding gift from Henry VIII.
Peter standing here outside the saddest of all places of the 200 plus people that were beheaded on the hill in public. They're all buried within this building, and there were 5 women and 2 men beheaded out here on the green. Boleyn, who was beheaded by the king only because he gave her a daughter. It ended up that the daughter became Elizabeth I, the greatest of all Elizabethan queens. Jewel houses where they actually have the crown jewels on display.
You come into where the crown's actually kept. Look out for a few of them.
There are 40-some beefeaters that are on permanent duty living here on the grounds. That they have at least 20 years of service for their country. It's the White Castle from the opposite side.
What time do you have to be over there, baby? Well, if you want something to drink, about 20 after. Otherwise, 10 to 6.
Just tower after tower here. There's a legend that if the ravens are ever forced away from the Tower of London, that the monarchy will fall, and empire will fall, and everything will come to ruin. So they keep 6 ravens at all times here, actually 8, 2 as spares. There she is, Queen of all she surveys. She likes having people in the pictures.
That's number 10 down there. So it's Westminster Abbey straight ahead on the right-hand side. Little church is St. Margaret's Church in Westminster with the blue sundial there. And on the left-hand side you can see Big Ben, Westminster Hall, House of Lords, big square tower is Victoria Tower. See a flag on top of Victoria Tower. We can't see it yet. Just get prepared on the left-hand side if you have a camera, right?
We don't have anything that's sold in our country.
Here on the left now, get ready. Are you ready with your cameras? If you want a good picture of Big Ben. There it is. That is Big Ben. All of this is the Parliament buildings.
Westminster Abbey on his side.
(1834), rebuilt in 1840. They didn't want it to clash with Westminster Abbey, which is just across the road, so they imitated the 13th century style of architecture. Now, you got the CIA, we've got MI6 and MI...
Who got married. In fact, there's 14 members of the royal family living here, sharing a house, poor things. But there are over 300 rooms, 34 or 37 of which are open to the public. You can actually visit the old state rooms. William and Mary of Orange, the Dutch king and queen lived there. Queen Anne, George I from Germany, and George II lived there. Came Buckingham Palace, you see? As I say, Princess Margaret's daughter.
Let's go Prince Albert up here. Last night they started the summer concerts. They go all summer long in the exhibition hall, which is directly behind us. 7,000 people last night in that building for the opening of the summer, they call it the summer prom. Street here is the Royal College, center of music here.
Europe. And you know, I just like to remember that if it weren't for Wellington, we'd all be speaking French now. Please called. These gates were placed there in honour of the Queen Mother. The statue of Achilles, by the way, was given by the... All the carriages got stuck in the entrance area here. It was the expression, it was the road with the weather, militate against them, but he decided to go for it.
House during World War II, the statue
Go round and
in front
down
of
to
the
Berkeley
American
Square,
Embassy,
yeah?
directly across the street.
Okay, all got your shots of Eisenhower's house. As we go round, there's more of every nationality here.
Piccadilly Circus.
But it looks different from in the war. It's all being cleaned up, rebuilt in fact, but we've kept the facades, you know, the look of the place has not changed in terms of the buildings. The advertising has changed a bit. Instead of Hovis and Bovril and, you know, Palace Theatre. No, that's Cambridge Circus. Les Miserables is on at the Palace Theatre. Yes, it's up. Okay. This is the Haymarket. This is leading us down in here. You know, all the greats. The biggest collection of Rembrandts outside Holland. We've got French. We've got Dutch. We've got Flemish, Spanish paintings in there. This is Trafalgar Square. Lord Nelson. This is another of my favourite places when I'm bringing the French around. They're ready to go home after they've seen this, I'll tell you. All that, all those sculptures. Yes, all melted down and depicting all Nelson's victories. Big Ben down there. We're getting off down there, not here, further off, further down, yeah. Look out for George Washington on your left-hand side. You're not from Virginia at all, are you? But anyway, George Washington was given us by the inhabitants of Virginia. Thought we'd like to be reminded of the man whose family was English, came from the Midlands of England. You can come back here. This is a great spot to come and feed the pigeons and climb on the lions and take photographs. Nelson's Column until recently was definitely the dirtiest monument in London because of the pigeons, but they have now invented a kind of pigeon repellent gel which they smear all over the statues. So you can look out for pigeons sliding down Nelson's Column later on. Now this is Whitehall. Pat, we'll come back here. You see the guard on foot over to your right there? The Houses of Parliament, much better from the river, and you can take wonderful photographs from on deck. fabulous, okay? On the Taste of London tour. To the Abbey, that's where Sir Walter Raleigh is buried in there. Without his head, his widow couldn't bear to be parted from his head. She carried it round as a souvenir. Move your hats when you get inside as a sign of respect. You can keep your toupees off, you've got to take your hats off, all right? There'll be a prayer on the hour at 10 o'clock while we're in there. On the pavement, don't rush into the road. A lot of Americans come...
Outside the church at Westminster Abbey here. Once we get inside, there'll be no photography, so we'll just try to capture the outside. It's well known for its royal burials and Poets Corner. And Big Ben. Westminster's boys' school, like Eton.
Last of the Saxon kings. He was actually a cousin of William the Conqueror, and he arranged for the French bastard Duke of Normandy to come over and invade England and become the King of England. He thought he'd be a better administrator, which indeed he was, than any of the local towns, you see. So it was a really arranged thing. He died in, the confessor who founded the abbey died in 1066 and was buried in the old abbey. And when the abbey was rebuilt in the 13th century, his body was translated, as we say, it was reburied in the new abbey. And so these cloisters here are part of the new abbey, and you are gradually making your way to the shrine of the founder of the abbey, Edward the Confessor. William the Conqueror had himself crowned in the old abbey on Christmas Day 1066, after the Battle of Hastings. So since then, all the kings and queens of England have been crowned in this abbey. So this is where all the coronations take place. And royal burials up until the 18th century. We have no more room for kings and queens now. They take up more room than ordinary folk. But actually we have no more room anyway. Just for ashes, really, that's about it. But you see, in the old days, they used to bury people under here. Actually, under here, there is a vault, and under the whole church, there is a vault with thousands of bodies buried, like sardines, all squashed in under the church. Just very quickly, the point in Hebrew, Abbas means father, so he's the church father. And he was the head. Now, of course, it's no longer Catholic, it's Anglican, so we have a dean. Dean is now the head. He decides who should be buried here in terms of the ashes sometimes. Right, take the last photographs, and here you go. What's the professor of the center?
Outside of Westminster Abbey here, you can't take any pictures on the inside. Just fantastic. Some architecture here. Trying to avoid this as much as possible. It's the Westminster Abbey Boys' School is the inside. Try to catch as much of the church as we can. It's called the perpendicular style of architecture. Inside the walls go straight up. Coming out of Westminster Abbey here. There our lovely ladies are.
The monks' mistresses. Right, here we are waiting for.
Looking for Benedictine monks. We're going to go by and we're going to go see some monks. Thought we were going to a zoo.
So they're rich.
until it blew down one night in a thunderstorm. And students from his old college at Cambridge University came and got Oliver Cromwell's skull, and they've still got it. That you can actually get a tour through Parliament. We used to go through there daily, especially when it rained. It was a wonderful thing to do. But the IRA bombed it, and for many, many years now, we've not been able to do that. You must arrange it through an MP, or you can go to this porch here. When the space becomes available in Strangers Gallery, they will let you in to hear the debates in the House of Commons or the House of Lords. Now this is Parliament. Go around, it will be on your left-hand side. Given to us in 19... Incidental business, thank you very much, without interference from the Crown, to the House of Lords. She's allowed into the Lords, but not the Commons. And of course that dates back to the House of Commons, the Civil War which followed. Along there to the left there, the dark brick is number 10, the red brick is number 12, the Chief Whip's office, where there's a big rumpus going on at the moment of the guards on horseback. Not a lot to see, don't worry, not missing anything. But they will be changing over at 11 o'clock. And you will see these chaps again, so don't go too mad now with your photography, because you'll see them in procession. They're going to ride right in front of us along the Mall, the ceremonial route to Buckingham.
The bandits will be marching down for the changing of the guard.
Right.
I thought he meant that there's a small one and there comes a bigger one. Yeah. That's what I thought Yeah, they got it named, Jane, and they were going to All right.
Back by the bar.
Isn't there more guards coming? I think there's another band coming.
Johnny, did you see the horse?
There's another band coming.
Victoria Square, right outside of Buckingham Palace. Lined up. Changing the guard. What time is it, Bonnie?
Miller time.
It's right there on the clock. Trafalgar Square is now for Buckingham Palace. Admiral Nelson up on top. A great victory here. People like to come and get up on the lions. Big tourist area. Franklin statue inside that Trafalgar Square also. These are the horses of Henry Fields. Down here in Piccadilly.
This is Piccadilly Square here.
Yeah, over here, you're right. Over here. Piccadilly Circus with Eros on top of the fountain. That's Eros up on top. The Love Goddess standing in front of Piccadilly Circus and Eros up on top. Park, right in downtown London. So just a huge recreational area. Surrounded by the city of London, a little combo going down the park here. Very nice and sitting. I think it's like about 600 and some acres of park. There she is, Queen of the Park. Hasn't got an idea where she is and where she's going, but she's just glad she's here. The statue in Hyde Park is to Arthur, the Duke of Wellington. There's been a bit of furor here whether to remove the fig leaf. Bonnie wants to get up there and take a peek at it. So, Iron Gates, the Queen's entrance to Hyde Park, $6 million, 6 million pounds. Put it up there. Now the gates are starting to rust away. Queen Mother's going on as our tour guide was telling us just fine, but the gates are rusting away. Queen Mother's quite well lubricated on gin. Well into 90 years of age now. This is the Wellington Arch. People of Wellington who defeated Napoleon at Waterloo. The guide says she loves to bring the Frenchmen this way, just to rub the nose in it a little bit. Here the mistress of Wellington. Here she is.
Out of here. Others down the left. Just before we get to St Paul's, look along this next street on the left. It's called Old Bailey, and you'll see a dome and justice on the top there. That's the Old Bailey, the Central Criminal Court, on the site of the Newgate Jail. And then up at the top of this hill here.
That's our guide from, we had our supper this evening, an entrance to the Seashell Restaurant, and we're heading off for the Thames.
Are you narrating your...
No, not right now. We're crossing the London Tower, and we have the Belfast and 2 other naval ships in the distance. Here for our taste of London this evening. And we're waiting for the rain to come in.
Oh, let me see that. And he fiddled, and all of a sudden he had this camera doing all this.
See in the background, we have the Tower 1 entrance.
Because he's not one to... And you have to make it...
And here we have a bevy of beauties. Mary Jane Morgan, Bonnie Anderson, and Marilyn Frank Fabinsky, who we think will win, the contest for Beauty of the Beast. Beauty and the Beast.
So it was called the Harbour of London on the left. But a revolution has overcome the transport. It used to be a dock warehouse, as you can see, but now turned into very smart offices and shops and restaurants. And then ahead on the left, the modern building with a huge atrium in the centre, that is a modern dock warehouse, but office building. Then next to it, look for the one that says London Bridge Hospital, the old brick building. Clearly another old dock warehouse, about 170 years old it is. It's a protected, preserved building, but it's now turned into one of the world's latest high-tech hospitals. It's old dock warehouse, I think. And then next to it, Hayes Walk, the same thing. It's a protected, preserved building. And then next to it, there's the modern one. If you cast your eye back now,
The New London Bridge.
Office buildings on the left is a street running parallel to the river. It's called Clink Street. In Clink Street is the remains of an old prison called the Clink Prison. William Shakespeare used to use rooms there as changing rooms between acts because his Globe Theatre stood on the left. The base of the Globe Theatre is now preserved for future generations beneath that beautiful high-tech office building on the left, which is empty, of course. And in front of us, this is Southwark Bridge. Here's an important one on the right, the Red Brick Building. That used to be one of the most famous They opened up for that in Canada. Then they took it into a pub called the Sandwich Deeps. He was the famous master of that Sandwich Deeps and wrote a famous diary of what life was like in the 1660s. You'll know the love of this Then you get into the life of your country as the city of London. It's the when Charles arrived to the right of St Paul's, they went to called William Rich. William Rich did fancy baking. He was a baker in parties, weddings and all that. And one day, he said, I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll copy the steeple of my church. Now his church As a hotel, the whole project went bankrupt. It stood there empty, and then sea containers took it over and turned it into a sea. It used to be a Royal New Zealand Navy schooner, just ahead on the right. It's called the Wellington.
Station here. Trains in.
And then you look ahead.
Former City Hall.
Get your photos of Big Ben now. It is not the clock that is Big Ben, no more than not. But it's That's why this is so important, this building on the right. It's known as the mother of parliaments. It's known as the cradle of democracy. It is the building that houses the oldest democracy in the world. There it is on the right, the Parliament buildings. Now, I tell you something, folks. This is the Parliament buildings on the right. Now, you've all heard Big Ben on the radio, haven't you? You've heard Big Ben on the television. Then comes that magic sound, which was the sound of freedom for Europe 50 years ago. There it goes.
It's for the House of Commons. Where the House of Commons. The House of Commons is the far side.
Nursing in the last century. She had 6 of them originally. They went right back to Westminster Bridge, but the other 3 were destroyed by bombing in the Second World War. Hence the more modern buildings all around there. And then we look ahead, and there is Lambeth Bridge. Just ahead of us, there's Lambeth Bridge. It leads across to the left to that neighbourhood of Lambeth. Now, Lambeth over there is one of the poorest boroughs in London. See, this giant city is split into 33 boroughs from Canterbury. Yet the archbishops have been resident here in this old, looks like an old castle on the left, Lambeth Palace, since, going on 800 years now. But as we turn, look at the tallest part of it with the black face clock gold lettering on it, just by the big crane.
just lit up the Tower Bridge for the evening. It's a beautiful sight to behold. Tower Bridge on the right, London Tower on the left. A real chunk of history here. Well, it's Sunday, and we're heading across the channel today on hovercraft. Just got a look from our room at the Novo Hotel in London. It's our view from our window. Across the way, that's the underground with the arched white ironwork you see there. So it was very easy to get to the underground, the tube, get downtown or return from downtown. This is the area out in front of the Novo London Hotel, across the street. Globus, that is the little red caps that go with those outfits. Simply atrocious. And a bus we've been traveling on. Sometimes you have double deckers, sometimes just single level buses. Drivers get along these narrow roads amazingly well. I'm just looking down the street outside of our hotel here. Carport entrance. We're up on the 6th floor when we were here, room 611. It's a ground level and the first floor lounge level. It's about 8:15, and Bonnie's already worried I'll miss the 9 o'clock bus. Lobby area where we usually get together. Meet in one of our bar tour from Madison area, from Middleton. There's General Schmidt organizing. General Schmidt. Upper lounge area. I could do that. Just give me a big smile. Dover, and there's Sheila against the cliffs of Dover here.
The White Cliffs of
White
Dover.
Cliffs, yes. Oh yeah. Just arrived at Dover to get ready for the hovercraft. We're all in a great disarray. This is our loading area. We have a castle to look at here. On the hillside. Jump up and down. Inside the cliffs here, there are 30-some miles of tunnels put in during World War II. The Asian didn't leave from Dover though, it went for about maybe 20 miles further to the south. Decatur is the shortest distance across the channel. See the Union Jack up on top, just outside our
Good way down there like a big old turtle jumping in the water.
That was nice.
That's okay.
Upper Western Europe in terms of area. That's 540,000 square kilometers. And that makes it more than 12, almost 15 times as big as Belgium, where we're going. And Belgium, between 55 for France. Population
Just outside
here
of
is
Calais.
not expanding.
Give it to France.
It's stable because
Belgium.
the birth rate in no political power. Here they do.
Purple flowers are
Ever
flags.
since Charles de Gaulle's days. So, president, ice and rafts and whatever. And they did. But apart from that, there wasn't really much action up here in World War II, not in this part of France. World War I was different,
Area
lots
called
of trench
Flanders.
warfare, and if you look up here around Ypres, we're not too far from Ypres, and there are other crops of wheat. They don't all work the same way. Some are direct subsidies, others are price supports, others are paying the farmer not to grow a crop, that kind of thing. But what the net result is that all crops, no matter what, sugar beets, sunflowers, barley, rye, grain, corn, wine, meat, everything is overproduced between 100 and 200%. And it's stocked in warehouses. Of course, the government has to pay rent on the warehouses, so there's another taxpayer's bill to pay. And then they try to sell it off to countries like Russia. Station, you can't see it from here, but you can see the grid over there on the right.
Just going along from France to Belgium, we passed just a little French point that nobody really checks on your passports or anything. You won't be going through to Belgium about a mile down. So it's all flat land, all agricultural. Little canal along the road. It's from World War II. They're all over the place here. People just fishing along the canal. It's Sunday, so we probably have more people out.
Belgian border on the left.
Across to Belgium, that was the
Just coming
Upper
up
cut
to
there?
it now. Dutch peoples and French speakers, incorrectly sometimes all lumped together and called Walloons. They came into the country, and the northern portion of it were one. A little area in the east in Flemish. And you can see the clock tower, the steeple of the church. It used to be a walled city. Do likewise to the Flemish. Watch out for the bicycles. I'm just reminded of that because a lot of bicycles in Belgium, and they have their own little bicycle paths. Very often pedestrians, especially non-Belgians, mistake these bicycle paths for pedestrian zone. In Bruges, there used to be wall here. This is where the buses have to come. Don't leave anything on the bus because the bus cannot stay by the hotel. There's barely enough luggage to unload. And then the bus will have to go right away again. And the next time you see the bus will be tomorrow when it comes to pick us up as well as the bags. Here. Yeah. This canal connects Bruges or Brugge with the sea right here. And there are still ocean-going bars, deepened now. was completed in 1904. So Bruges has good connections with the North Sea. It's about 6 miles away in a straight line. And we'll go right through one of the old city gates, just here. Oh, the cards. I've got to get the cards.
Yeah, we gotta check that first, eh?
Still Novotel in Brugge. Brugge, Belgium.
Ah, he's walking us right in.
Yeah, just taking you right in here. It's our little courtyard. Across the courtyard is the Hotel Ibis, which I stayed in quite a while back in London. So there's a nice little courtyard area here. Just waiting for our room assignments. We're going to go wandering about the town. Impressive little entrance. Just heading toward the center of Bruges, the church and clock, the center of town. See these horse carts all over town. See, the streets are very narrow. Our bus couldn't come and stay on the streets. The bus had to leave and park outside of town. Oh, he looks just like our little bee. Hello. Oh. In the towns, there was competition to see who had the highest spire in the churches. Give your town more notoriety. Canal going through. These canals connect all the way out to the ocean. Bruges was a business town, a merchant town. You can see the older buildings here right in the center of town. Cobblestone streets. Churchyard here. Put her up on a cross there, Jim.
Go that way.
That's that church there.
Yeah, that's all. It looks almost like a dead end here.
Yeah.
Across from the church, a little outdoor restaurant. This whole side of the church is stained glass windows. We're gonna have to go inside that church, Bonnie.
Yeah.
So go from the other side. Oh my goodness! Up, 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 up. Street after street, narrow streets.
You can buy tickets here. Tickets are sold.
above the town.
No, aquí.
We'll capture all the buildings. You can't get that close to the buildings. Narrow streets. Into a rather large town square here.
Bonnie's getting hungry and Bonnie wants to shop and Tommy wants to take pictures.
Church bell tower, or the clock tower. Bruges. Square below. What a setting. 13th, 14th, 15th century buildings. Just outside our hotel. Bonnie loves the flower boxes around the town here. Still in Bruges. Brugge. The Ave Maria statue. This is the Hotel Ibis. Seven o'clock in the morning. It's Monday. You can see it's much quieter than it was yesterday. It was Sunday yesterday and a little later in the afternoon. Little pub here. Mermaid on the top of the door. Cars and bikes with a tremendous racket. These narrow streets. If you're interested in chocolate, this might be one of the places. All kinds of candies. Yesterday we took a boat ride along through the canals within the city here. Bruges is a mercantile town. They would have commerce come right into their town here. This connects them all the way out to the sea. Lace shops, everywhere lace shops. Come back here later to go inside. This is the church of our Church of Our Lady of Mary. It has the high spire to it. I'm going to go inside and try to get some of the stained glass windows. It opens at 9 o'clock. Inside the church is a statue of Michelangelo. Try to peek at. Little garden courtyard area here behind the church. A bust here of Juan Luis Vives, 1492 to 1540. Little park with the sculpture park. Men on horses. If you get a little closer, discover that they are definitely men riding horses without clothing. Some of them seem more excited about their riding than others do. That's where we took our boat ride from yesterday. The town is still very, very quiet. It's kind of waking up. More bike traffic than car traffic. Oh, with their lovely flower boxes. Bonnie says she's going to put flower boxes in the house on the east side when we get home. She'll just kill the flowers. How's the family? Hello. Hello. Aren't they pretty? This little area we left yesterday. All the boats are closed down this early in the morning. Well, it doesn't stop the swans from taking once around the town here. All along the street here we see the shops. They all have little boards, or they're called tapestries, hanging out, depicting their kind of shop. Many, many lace shops. Lace and candy seem to be the two really popular businesses here in Grugge. Good example of one of the show windows, all lace. Where Bonnie bought her tapestry from. Here's something that I'd like to see Bonnie in, little lace. Shop after shop. Around here we have the big clock tower. Impressive. Yesterday we ran out of batteries. We're going to go up into the square and get the clock tower from the opposite side. Bakery, wonderful bakery here. Fresh breads. I take a bite out of. They have little mini chocolates that I'm sure some of us might find very, very interesting. And of course, for those of you that are hungrier, they have the Maxi chocolates. They're waiting the soccer game, which we saw on TV last night. Brazil won in a shootout. Soccer shoes, soccer balls. World Cup just finished last night. Here's the market square. Last night was one big parking lot in the middle, and all the shops were closed, but the restaurants were still open. Bars on the far side. We spent some time there last night. Struggle back to our rooms. The left-hand corner of the square, looking back at the seat of local government. This is the town hall. You're going to see a lot of this type of structure in Brussels, they were saying. Leaving Bruges this morning about 10 o'clock and heading off toward Brussels. And then eventually Amsterdam later this evening. Tremendous detail. The spires and entranceways, windows. statues. See the provisional government. Gift from the Kiwanis of Bruges. It's the bronze replica of the clock tower, which is called the Belfry. Go across the square and concentrate on the Belfry ourselves. But as you see, it's a great deal of likeness to the clock, and if you look through the windows, you can actually see the bells on the top. Hopefully you can hear the bells a little later on. I don't know if they still work or not. I don't remember hearing them yesterday. This is out in front of the Belfry. Back up across the square and take a good look at it. I'm just going to go straight up the front of the Belfry here and check out some of the detail. Coat of arms, up to the clock itself, the Belfry at the very, very top. It's about 86 meters. It should be about 250, 260 feet. Across the square now from the Belfry. See the bells inside. Swinging to the left, we're right into the square and the original government building. Over square, we have a statue dominates the square. I don't know who it was dedicated to. It's called the Jan Gridel. Sign on the bottom here. Just about at this spot yesterday when the camera ran out of battery, body posing with the lions out in front of the provincial government building here, the entranceway. And depicted on the statue here actually saved Belgium from a French invasion in the late 1300s. That's why they're commemorated here in this town square. Here is called the Lace Louel. And all along the shops here, they all have lace for sale. You see it displayed in the windows. All the way down the street here, leading down to the square. This is the City Hall. This old little square, an observation area. If you look closely, there's coats of arms on the wall and statues nearby depicting the people who these coats represent. It appears along the top they may be like former mayors or important people in the city. Bruges City Hall. You see the bells up on top here. It's 8 o'clock. Chapel on the side. This is where they believe there's a miracle that takes place here. This is the Basilica of the Holy Blood. They have dried blood from Christ that at certain times actually supposedly liquefies. And you have a big procession that marches through the town once a year. This is the church that is kept. The Basilica of the Holy Blood. You see the tremendous amount of detail. Lattice work, that must be stained glass. Those windows. Just a little front tucked away back here. Urines on the side of the City Hall. Matched up with the coats of arms. The figure of justice on top here. In the background you can hear the belfry ringing. You can actually see the bells moving. I don't know if you can pick it up on the video. Belfry in Bruges. What kind of shop we have here? It's a local butcher shop, just kind of cleaning up for opening. This is in the morning. Another lace shop. On the far side of the square now, just doing a little rambling, as the British would call it. Streets just go narrow, narrow, and bend around the corner, and you have to keep walking down if you wish to find out the local opera house. Statue here of Jean Van Eyck. You see the canals reaching beyond. Pretty much got to the outskirts of the center of town here. I'm going to do a little work with the camera. There's always a spire, there's always a steeple. Just figured it'll be around the corner to lure you down another street, another avenue. Look around this little traffic square, opening in the midst of the edge of the downtown. And from the statue back toward the center of town, you see another spire, another church. Something always to catch your eye here. We'll be heading back to the Church of Our Lady. Try to catch our stained glass windows. A nice place to live. I wonder how the fishing is. Yesterday this was the site of the flea market, the 7 Mile Fair in Bruges. We're heading back to the Church of Our Lady. Should open at 9 o'clock. Try to get inside, look at the stained glass. There were local competitions back in olden days to see who could have the highest church steeple. That was the prestige of your town. So every town has a large church steeple that has of any consequence. This is the outside of the Church of Our Good Lady. They're going to renew their vows in the Church of Our Lady. This is the pulpit that used to be used to preach the gospel. Take a look at it from all sides here. Part of the church is closed off, so we can't go any further back in. This Michelangelo statue, the Dying Child, made it about 1504, 1505. It's one of the very few Michelangelo pieces outside of Italy at this time. It's the centerpiece of the main altar area here. It's the screen that separates the front of the church from the back of the church. See the organ pipes on the top. Vaulted ceiling. It's the Church of Our Good Lady in Bruges, Belgium. We just arrived in Brussels, going through the business district here. Area for the common market, offices here, NATO, busy city.
Thomas checks and cash, and not really passports. That's kind of a passé sort of thing, because with the new sort of printing processes, you can fabricate a passport much easier than to steal one. I mean, don't leave your passport on them, because if you do lose it, it's a drag. You have to go trotting off to the embassy, and the eternal flame there. Now, it's the Belgian National Congress right here to the left. House of Parliament for Belgium, if you wish. And then
Everything's for rent in America.
That'll save a little money if the deficit goes.
no, that's the Royal Palace. For security reasons, we cannot stop here. It's empty. Nobody lives there at all. Albert II is not there. These grandstands are being set up for the Belgian National Parade, which is coming up on the 21st. You know, it's their Independence Day parade. The Royal Palace, where the King actually lives, we'll see on the way out of Brussels. This palace is only used for state for visiting dignitaries. And here's King of Jerusalem, right here, Godfrey of Bouillon. First King of Jerusalem during the First Crusades, here on the left. Of the Sablon, right here, Notre Dame de Sablon. This is one of the squares. Saturdays and Sundays, you know, the painter Bruegel, the elder, is buried there. Very old building. Well, hopefully we don't run into, I see a bus up there, we'll see. This is just a demonstration of lace making. There, I've known Brussels, which is more than 25 years, so there's an overall view of Brussels, you see, there's the, off on the right, you can't see much except building tops, but you see the and judged all the juvenile delinquents. Here on the right, see, all the trades. See in a moment. You can't tell the difference between the real one and the copy. In fact, you can get a functioning model in any one of these souvenir shops all around here. Okay, they're garden models. You know, you stick them up on a pedestal in the garden. Now, there's a little, looks like a menu card here, but it isn't. It's a listing of all the costumes that he wears on different days of this month. Every month this list is changed. The habit or the costume was started by the King Louis XV of France, who as a whim gave this guy a costume of the Grenadiers, and then he started a trend. Now he wears MPs, but now this is, I brought you here first because this is the meeting place. I picked this place because the bus can get very close to here. Don't go back till we got off the bus.
I'm hearing about this all day long. This is the mannequin piss. It was originally about 1600. It's herd mentality. What that is. Back in the halls of justice.
This is the Great Market Square. You probably, all of you saw the one in Bruges. It's physically smaller than the one in Bruges. If you measured it, it's smaller, but it's much more elaborate. And every Belgian town has a square like this. They are all more or less resemble each other in the fact that the City Hall, that's City Hall, this Gothic building here is City Hall. This was a ducal palace, it's now the museum where the mannequin piss is. and all the buildings around it were once headquarters of guilds. And the guilds were, there are a few guilds left today, like the Bar Association, the Medical Association. These are the guild houses in the Middle Ages were very powerful political organizations. And the flags identify which guild. These are modern flags, like there's the Drapers Guild. See the scissors there on that flag? Some of the buildings have indicated clearly what they used to be. This is the Brewers Guild, Maison des Brasseurs. There. And most of the buildings, all of them that's around here, date back to within 1 or 2 years of 1698. Because in 1689, Belgium was invaded by the French troops of Louis XIV, and the town was destroyed. The town didn't suffer physical damage either in World War I or World War II, but in 1689 it did. And then after the war was over, and it was still built very quickly, and that's why they all look very similar. See? Today, the buildings are cafes, shops, etc. The square itself is a marketplace still on a Sunday. Most of the other times in the week it's just a pedestrian zone. But there's a flower market here and the bird market. The Belgians are great lovers of songbirds. And you can buy canaries, parakeets, you know, all kinds of songbirds here. In fact, there's a bird shop over there. See in the papers now and then in Brussels, which I live with, there's so-and-so's been arrested for whatever. Now, this is perhaps one of the most interesting streets in the sea, and I'm showing it to you not only because there's something to eat there, but because it's a very, very charming little street. Here you can get mussels, and that's the typical Belgian meal. Mussels, steamed mussels, big roll of them.
For a trip here.
Very enjoyable, and thank you for being so nice.
Yes, thank you.
Can I talk?
Oh, sure, you can talk. You want to narrate?
Just got ripped off on a lunch.
Oh, Bonnie, that's not
6
true.
baby scampi.
We're still in Brussels. This is the Market Square. No, she didn't. These are the flags from the guilds. Used to be the guild halls. See the one with the scissors on it? And tailors. Maybe butchers here. Risk out here. Oh, there she is again on the other side of it.
Out of here. I don't want
All the guild halls in Brussels. This is where all the tradesmen would come and make decisions regarding their trade. We will rule Brussels economy. Oldest squares in Europe. We're heading home. We're heading home between the Swan on the left and the clock on the right, and we'll find the little boy pisser.
Hang on.
Tapestries are changing, Bond. Bonnie's wondering now she bought the tapestry in the right. That's right enough. Did he?
This is Notre Dame de Lac.
Yeah.
Is just up around the bend. Now, in Great Britain, it's a Buckingham Palace right there. There's a policeman going down now. See? And here are the two policemen making sure that we don't stop. It's a decorative structure in vogue in the 19th century.
You'll come by it.
Now, each of the atoms is an exhibition from the respirators. It's body-centered cubic, it's an iron molecule. an internment transit camp. And we don't have time to visit it, but we can take a picture from the parking lot. And many Belgians, especially Belgian Jews, went through this camp to go off to Auschwitz, Buchenwald, Bergen-Belsen, etc. Okay.
This is Fort Bredunk, German camp during World War II. You have an internment camp. They move people off to camps from here. A lot of Belgian Jews went through this camp. Tour driver saying Fort Bredunk.
So, and you are used to a lot of mosquitoes. I think when Europeans go to the States, they probably ask, why do you people have so many mosquitoes, you know? I don't know. I really don't know. This is Rotterdam. This is the biggest port in the world. This city of 1 million people was completely 100% destroyed by the war. I say by the war because it was not just the Germans who destroyed it. The Germans bombed the living daylights out of it to capture it. And then when the Allies bombed it again to try and get the Germans out. Finally, at the end of the war, when the Germans left, whatever else wasn't destroyed, the Germans set fire to it so the Allies couldn't use it. So there was nothing left here except the statue of Erasmus, the 16th century humanist.
We're in the Netherlands. You can just see the flat fields.
Yeah.
Going off and off and off.
He said no stagnant water, but you look in these things. I mean, this is not. After.
Our canals are in Holland now. We'll probably see more and more canals as we go along. Dikes.
Now, it's very often a bicycle path, like on the left and the right. These are for bicycles and mopeds. And you have to be very careful when you're walking along anywhere, even in Amsterdam. Make sure you're actually walking on a pedestrian walkway and not a bicycle path. You can't, like this fellow here, you cannot hear these things coming. They are silent. And if they hit you, you're not insured. You see, you're on a bicycle path. Not only that, you have to pay for the damage to the bike. This actually happened.
Now we're right off the street outside the Delft pottery place. I'll show you that the canals really are working canals. It's not just pleasure boats here. It's got to be about
That's the Alvarez.
60, 75 yards.
That's the Alvarez.
The Alvarez.
There's another one right behind.
Cut up on top. No, there was a working boat. You can see they riled the water up here. It was just calm before they came through.
Are you looking at the tax?
Morgenstern.
that here they haven't recently put in a normal photograph restriction. But our guide will tell us in the morning.
We're going to go through one, so there's no sense of even...
Oh yeah, but it's better to get one.
There are some stairs to go and an elevator back. We'll be back in Amsterdam at our hotel not until groups are located. It's a good hotel. They have a nice hotel, but they're located out of the periphery. And there was this one with a still camera. That guy had a still camera. He said, "Darn, it's not moving. I wanted to get a picture of one moving." Oh, he was dead serious. Yeah. So I've been led on.
Outside our hotel, the Victoria Hotel. Just looking around, go from a McDonald's sign up to food. Venture to that McDonald's. Last night we were out for an adventure. Went to the Red Light District Police, and then we didn't really find much of the district. We have to go out again tonight and take a little search. Here's one of the girls in the windows that came back with us. How was business last night, Mrs. X?
Slow, very slow.
Slow business. Slow's good sometimes.
A lot of cheapskates around.
Just across the square here is the entrance to the Red Light District. Hollanders on their bikes. They said, every Hollander, there's a bike that's coming. Everybody's getting ready, and I think by about 9 o'clock we'll be off on some sort of tour for the day. We have a lot of mass transit in the city here. Across, this is quite a bit of the mass transit. It's a working day, Tuesday here in the Netherlands, so visitors waiting their way to work. Directly across the square from our hotel is the train station. Central Station. Bike paths here, you be careful, you stand on the bike paths and you get run over. They aren't sidewalks, they're for the bikes. There are people in a hurry.
Typical chiaroscuro light, they're alive. It's like when you are driving through the countryside and you see those clouds changing the scenery all the time. And that's our typical Dutch weather. But today it's too bright, but that makes it possible. The windows make that possible. You may take photographs in the museum, but no flashlight. And leave the carry-ons like those.
Can I leave your
walk
battery here
around
then?
Sure.
close to the paintings that you may damage the paintings. And so put your pocketbook in front of you, the small ones, and leave the large pocketbooks in the rush. Yeah. Because otherwise you have to leave them at the cloakroom anyway.
I'll ask.
See what a beautiful building this is, eh? Especially the entrance. All the statues, 1885. It's a typical style of a Dutch architect that combined all the neo-styles in one building. So the Roman style, the neo-classic style, Renaissance, it's all in one building.
The Rijksmuseum Museum. The Rembrandt paintings are inside. In that way, our goes Bond, our group. Interesting entrance. Heading over.
In this room you may still use your flash where the paintings are.
Now what he paints, how he paints, his method of painting is quite unique at the time. Because he paints a la prima, which means he covers the cloth with a special paste, and then on top of it, well, this beautiful china bowl, the beautiful golden ornaments.
Rembrandt himself. Notice the light effect from left to right. You want to see that frequently? Portrait of Rembrandt's wife. She talked about getting color light to the picture by using metal ornaments, necklaces, jewelry. Rembrandt's mother, looking at the Bible, and check the light source. Another one of Rembrandt's mother. Rembrandt's landscape is in the famous left to right shading.
But he thought there was one exception, and more people are celebrating St. Nicholas' birthday, where the children are getting presents. That's what Santa Claus with you.
John Stein, the Catholic painter, couldn't paint his saints. You ever see his Madonna and Child? These are the dark paintings. Dutch life is rather dark. Colors are brown, green, and black. Another painting by Stein. We like to show families together, families having fun, relaxed settings. When the painting, look at the depiction of action, looking at that stiff, that movement, up to the boy picking his nose.
Now, what we see in this room are civil guard groups. What was a civil guard? A civil guard was a group of well-to-do men, citizens, who hired the sword, not like the English still have one of the called arms, and then for men only, nobody else has. So these people are the same sort of, it's a group of rich people that were united with civil guards. Now, what's the
Important people of the town always wanted to have themselves portraited together.
They wanted all the ornaments from their own house. They had it remade in smaller size, so you can exactly see how those houses in the 7th century looked like, from the basement till the attic. Wonderful. And the ornaments, like a little.
You hear how Rembrandt used to layer his paints.
There's some more places there. Right there.
Off we go now to something completely different. Little Broek in Waterland, little Dutch town, depending on the traffic, anywhere from 15 minutes to 5 hours from here. Look at it, smoke coming out.
That's like in an ocean voyage in one of those.
That would be like Henry Hudson.
That's big.
Or the Mayflower.
It's not as not the Mayflower.
Get down quick before it shoots again. We're right in a line of fire.
Manifest.
That's why he did when I was on the way out.
We're going all in to see the little red shoes here. The shop maker, the Kloppen maker, makes wooden shoes. They wear out 1 million pair, he said, in the year in the Netherlands. And there he is, General Schmidt, once again. Thank you, General. All the different little Kloppens here.
Hello, is it, can I speak to Roel, please? Is he at the mill? Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
Good afternoon, all. Okay, to make wooden shoes, we use either willow or poplar wood. This is willow wood. We use the wood while it's fresh and green because it's nice and soft, it's easy to work with, and it won't split in the machine while it's still green like this. We use this particular wood for wooden shoes because once it's dry, it's very lightweight. It's water resistant, which is, of course, why wooden shoes are still worn in fields, beer breweries, dairies, anywhere where the ground is a little wet. The wood keeps your feet warm and dry. We still make in Holland every year about 3 million pair, and they're worn by about 30% of the working people, still, farmers and people like that. Of course, they used to be made entirely by hand in the old days. Now they're made partly by hand and partly by machine. This machine here is for the outside of the shoe, and it's a type of cuffing machine. Actually, it works exactly the same way as making a key. Here you have the mold. This is the guide. The guide is attached to this wheel with 3 blades and a piece of wood. And when I turn on the machine, the mold spins around. The guide moves along it this way, at the same time telling the wheel with the blades how to cut the piece of wood. And if the wood and the mold are spinning the same direction, it will cut it to this exact shape. And if they're spinning in an opposite direction like this, it cuts the mirror image of this. The outside shape of the shoe. And then the wood shavings that are left are used to smoke fish and eel. So nothing really gets wasteful if used. Then this machine now is for the inside of the shoe. It works the same way as that machine with the mold and guide. This time with a spoon-shaped couch. Shape before they had the machines to do it. Comes from the south of Holland, sir. It's more forested down there.
What kind of wood is it?
It's willow. Now that shoe's not finished, of course. That will take about a week to dry. And then once it's dry, you can smooth it down with sandpaper and paint it. And they can be carved also, like these ones. These are hand-carved wedding shoes. And those are carved while the wood is still green like that. And if anybody's interested in trying on some wooden shoes, the way they're supposed to be worn is with thick socks. And with a finger space between your heel and the back of the shoe, they're supposed to fit fairly loose on your feet. And if you'd like to try some on, then you need to find your size. You'll find the sizes on those large white label.
Now, those are men's sizes?
Yes.
Yes. European is 32, USA is 2. It's men's size. It's 2. What about women's size?
How did you learn this? Just pick it up. I moved up to here too. I moved to home originally working.
Flopping those for everybody, huh? Hey, Cinderella. Oh no, Cinderella's fit. That was the other, I don't know how you describe the other ones.
Ugly Stepsisters is the
I
one.
know, but I just
You didn't want to say that.
I knew Mary would throw a popping at me. I know who's in them because I can follow those legs right up.
Yeah, I got the better set of legs, so.
And here we have the proud Kloppen owners here. Mr. and Mrs. Kloppen.
The Kloppen Schlappen.
Can we do a little jig there? Or? Oh, yeah. That's it. Excellent.
That leg, outside leg, ready? 2. Ready?
Which way? 1.
No, do the outside leg. Okay, ready? Two times, ready?
Oh boy, this is it.
Now they're putting the wear and tear.
Practicing all night.
I wonder if these.
Maryland, just Maryland's purchasing.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Michelle, and I would like to explain to you how we make cheese in Holland. And afterwards, it's possible to taste some of our cheeses. Over here, we make cheese from cow's milk, but also from goat's milk and sheep's milk. And every morning when we come in, we put milk in a can and we heat it up until 29 degrees or centigrade. And the 29 degrees is an important temperature for this liquid, and that's the rennet. And the rennet curdles the milk, or it makes the milk stick. After half an hour, when the milk is thick like a pudding, we slice it or cut it with 2 of those knives, and that's where the curds and the whey separates. And I have a little example over here with curds and whey. 90% is the whey, and only 10% is the curds. And the curds we use to make the cheese. The whey we give it to our animals to feed them. We put the curds in a plastic form over here, and here we press the cheese like we are doing now. At the same time, we also press a mark or a stamp on the cheese, which you can see over here with the name. It's the Gouda cheese. The percentage of fat, 48% or more. Where the cheese is made in Holland, and a registration number. And with that number, the government can control all our cheeses that we make over here. When all the cheeses are pressed, we put them in salt water. This is water with 20% salt, and this salt is necessary for the cheese because it gives the cheese the first natural right, the salty taste, and with the salt we can conserve our cheeses. That's why it's so important. A little cheese like this, 24 hours in salt water. When you have a bigger cheese, 2 days. Then we let them dry and we begin to plastify the cheeses. And when all the cheeses are yellow and plastified like this one, we're going to store the cheeses, and that we do over there behind the window in our warehouse. And then we store them for about 4 or 5 weeks for a younger and softer cheese, like this one. 4 or 5 months for a middle-aged cheese, and 9, 10 months or even longer for a harder and older cheese. For example, this cheese. And this cheese is 2 years old. Of course, we can play bowling with it. Yes, but I use it when I have a fight with my husband. And it works. Yes, it works, ladies. But in Holland, we also like to eat it. And in Holland, we eat it together with a little bit of mustard. And we drink it together with a glass of red wine. And then this cheese is delicious because the taste is a little bit stronger than the younger and softer cheeses. This one is 5 years old. But this one is too hard and too strong to eat normally on a sandwich. So we grate it for our spaghetti or pizza. All the cheeses that we make over here are waxed or clarified. And with the wax, we can keep them for about 6 months in the refrigerator, but also 2 months without refrigerator. And as you can see, this is the Edam cheese. And the Edam cheese is always waxed red, and the cheeses is always round. The Gouda cheeses, they are in a different color of paper, but they are always flat and the color is always yellow, so you can see the difference. But there is another important difference between these two cheeses, and that's the difference in milk. The Edam cheese is made out of skimmed milk, 40% fat, and the Gouda cheese is made out of whole milk, 48% fat. So the Edam cheese is a little bit less fatter than the Gouda cheese, so the Edam cheese is better for your figure. But I'm always eating this one. Don't look at me. The Edam cheese, we make them only plain. But the Gouda cheese, we have 4 different flavors from cow's milk. The red one is the plain Gouda cheese. The yellow one is the one with black and white pepper. The green one is our specialty. It's our dynamite cheese. Cheese with herbs and garlic in it. And the other yellow one is the one with caraway seeds. The cheese in the white paper is the goat cheese, and the blue one is our sheep's cheese. And this is also a cheese that looks a little bit like a sausage or a salami, but it's the smoked cheese. And before we go in, I would like to demonstrate to you how we slice the cheese in Holland, because we have special cheese slicers. So, first this one. First we slice a little bit from the rind, the plastic, that's for the next American group. And then we slice the cheese like this. Very, very thin and easy to make sandwiches with. You like some cheese? Yes? Here you are. This is the plain Gouda cheese. And this is our grater for making spaghetti or pizzas. But you can also grate vegetables, for example carrots with it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your visit, and please come inside with me to taste some of our cheeses and have a nice holiday in Holland. The plain Gouda, yes. Excuse me, we are going to the other door.
Across. What? 8 feet. 8 feet, no more. Yeah, 8 feet deep.
Cider Z?
Yeah, you know, the Dutch could never have
it's all fresh water now.
Cleared all that water out if it was as deep as, say, an alpine lake. The reason they were able to reclaim so much land was just because there wasn't much water. Hey, can you get ready to make a fast exit? I see there are a lot of buses in the parking lot. We're going to get off here. Look straight ahead of you. Straight ahead. That's where you're going to end up, right over there, after lunch or after you're done, okay? And we're getting off here right at the town line because... ready to get off. Go.
Here, heading off to lunch at the Omega. Quite unstable here in Holland. You can see how the buildings begin to sink and tilt. Too bad you moved. It looks like the State Fair here. Okay. So going down is the museum. This was built on stilts here. Like a warehouse at one time. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Run away from the camera again. We caught you.
So this is Volendam?
This is Volendam. Formerly a fishing village, but now taken over by tourism. Very much taken over by tourism. Archimedes screw.
Time to get your outfit. Want my dad?
Take the water
And your
and move it along as engaged. Power transfer. Comes down from the top. Stop the teeth here, and you engage those teeth. You should move power down to the Archimedes screw. Pull the water from our right to our left.
And gentlemen, welcome on the mill, but let's do it in the American way. I'm supposed to pump water. All the land on that side of the mill, down there and down there. That land that is 2 meters, 6 feet below sea level. So when it rains, and it does a lot here, the water level comes up, everybody get wet feet, farmers complain, farmers always complain. And we're helping them. We're pumping the water from the lower land through the mill to the water level here where your coach is standing, and that water level there is sea level. Then the water flows out through the dike. In the dike is a waterlock, and it comes on the other side of the dike into the IJsselmeer. IJsselmeer is a lake now, but for 60 years it was open sea. And we're pumping only when it is raining, because we're pumping up with this mill, buying good wind, like today, 20,000 US gallons in 1 minute. So water. So when they start right now without rain, all those canals down there will be empty in half an hour,
the cattle walk through to the other side, and the farmers start complaining again. I've been doing that here for 342 years. This mill is built in 1652, and this year we are 342 years old. And all the wood, all the timber that you see here looks like new. And the reason for that is the thatch. The thatch keeps rain, wind, water, ice, snow, everything outside. It's the best insulation there is. The thatch itself is reed. Reed is family of bamboo, and growing here on the water sides and green stuff. And when you cut that in winter time and you dry it, well, you had a very cheap insulation 342 years ago. You get this thatch 5 years ago in 1988, and it was $40,000. Yeah. Reed itself costs nothing, but the labor nowadays to connect it on the mill make it so expensive. The whole thatch is handmade. They're sewing it with big needles and rope, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, and you can see all the stitches how they connect it on the mill. 4 or 5 guys working on a thatch like that for a month. On the other hand, a thatch like that can stay for 100 years. We get this one in 1988, and the time before that time was in 1895. So the next one will be here in 2075. Well, not here anymore. To control the speed from the mill, we're using sails. Well, there's enough wind today, so we're turning now with, first of all, you have to stop the mill. In the top is a big main wheel turning like that. And over the main wheel is a wooden brake, like a brake on a bicycle. That comes out on the back side by the rope. And by pulling that rope close over the wheel, and the mill stops. And one of those wings standing in front of the mill, from climbing those wings like a ladder, connect the sail, next one, next one, next one. And by this wind and 4 full sails, the tip's passing by with 80-85 miles an hour. Then I like it. So, speed control with sails and a brake to stop the mill. We're pumping up the water nowadays, and maybe you saw it when you came in, with a big corkscrew lying over there. Actually, this is screw Mr. Archimedes. Archimedes was a Greek, and he made that screw 2,000 years ago. It didn't work because he didn't have the power to let it turn. So we found the screw back 200 years ago. Before we had the screw, we had on the outside of the mill a big pedal wheel that was pumping up the water. The main problem for the pedal wheel is that the maximum height that you can pump is 2 to 2.5 feet. So when you had a deep polder and the land was 9-10 feet below sea level, you needed 2, 3, or sometimes 4 mills after each other, and everyone was bringing it up 2.5 feet. With that corkscrew, we bring it up 16 feet at once. To be a miller in the old days was a very hard life. Nowadays it is so-so. First of all, the village was not here, so the mill was standing in the middle of nowhere. Miller and family were living down here in the mill. They had 2 rooms, one here and one for that window, that was all. On the sides, beds, inside beds with doors in front. 4 beds, 2 for the parents and 2 for the kids. It was a small problem, the miller has 12 kids. And only 4 beds. So the other 10 kids were sleeping here on the roof. There was no room for them, you stood there. Well, summertime that was okay, but in winter time when it was freezing outside, it was freezing inside. Well, that was the reason that those kids keep on the Dutch Nikes day and night to keep their feet warm. So you saw 20 wooden shoes lying over here. For every hour that the miller was working in the old days, he get paid. Well, in a good rainy year, he was pumping something like 1,000 hours. For every hour that he was pumping, he received 1 dime. So his salary for the whole year was 1,000 times 1 dime, that is 100 gulden. And that was not enough for 12 kids. So in summertime, there was no rain and no wind, and the mill was standing still. He was allowed to help the neighbors, the farmers, cutting grass, milking cows, things like that, so he earned something extra. It was not allowed, so he did it only in night time. Which we still do. So he was miller, farmer and fisherman in the same time. Suppose that it is raining in Holland. It was a lot sometimes, 24, 36 hours in a row. Well, in the old days it was so that in the moment that the mill was turning and pumping, it was not allowed for the miller to go to sleep. And the reason for that is there is always a possibility that the wind is changing from direction, and if the mill is not facing the wind, it stops. I'll try that 36 hours without sleep. Almost impossible, so believe me, he was sleeping. He was sitting down here in a chair and he took a nap. But before he went to sleep, he did something special. For example, today the wind is coming from northeast, so the mill is facing northeast. And that means that on the opposite side, on the southwest side, on the outside wall, there is no wind. There's a kind of emptiness. So before the miller went to sleep, he took one of the wooden shoes from his kids. He had 24 of those next to the door. And he made a piece of rope on it like this. The wind is northeast, on the southwest side is no wind. So he hung that little shoe on the southwest wall, like that. The mill was turning and pumping. Miller came into the mill, was sitting in his chair, took 1, 2, 3, 4 Genever, that is in Dutch gin, and he was sleeping. In the moment that the wind was changing from direction, going left to right, there was some wind coming on the backside. That little shoe catch on wind and starts moving a little bit. But the mill was still turning and pumping and the miller was still sleeping. In the moment that the wind goes further to west, to north, the mill stopped because he was not facing wind anymore. There was more wind coming on the backside. That little shoe catches more wind and starts spinning around like that. And the miller gets awake. Good morning. He came out of his chair and he knew only. He was turning the top and across till the mill was facing wind again. The mill started to turn and pump. Miller came down, hung that little shoe 2 meters to the left or right, was sitting in the chair and he was sleeping again. We had in Holland, till the year 1900, something like that, we had 10,000 windmills here. Then the steam engine came in, the gas motor, and we said all those old-fashioned mills, what we have to do with them? Break them down and burn them down. So we did. 9,000 disappeared. 900 are left over. What a shame. But, so 20 years ago, there was a clever guy in the Dutch government, just one, who said, well, you know, maybe someday something happened with the electricity or the oil. And in this area here, from Amsterdam to Alkmaar, we have 152 electric pumps and 2 working wind water mills. And in the moment there is no electricity anymore, well, we can swim. This whole area is below sea level. But 20 years ago, we started restoring the mills that we had and rebuilding them. New ones. This type of mills, the wind water mills. Because every hour that I'm pumping nowadays on wind power, I'm saving 40 guilders of electricity. 1,000 hours in a year, maybe saving 40,000 guilders by just one windmill. And we start building the modern wind turbines. Tall one with the 3 blades on top. Well, those are made for making electricity. We have in Holland more than 300 wind days in a year. 300 days that you can use the wind. And the most important thing is, the wind is for free, and we are Dutch. Any questions?
Where did all these timbers come from?
In the old days, everything what you see here is oak. Well, we don't have that in Holland. So most of the mills are built from oak coming from Germany. We cut the trees in Germany, put them in the river the Rhine. They automatically came down, free transport, you know, and we picked them up by Rotterdam, and then we built the mills. This one is a new one, the King. We get that 5 years ago, and that one is coming from Sweden. We don't have forest in Holland, we don't have wood in Holland, so everything what you see here is coming from another country.
What about lightning strikes at the height of this building?
In the old days, it's, yeah, lots of mills burned down by lightning strike. Nowadays we are fully protected because the cross now is steel. So in the moment there is a thunder or a thunderstorm coming, we must stop. The cross is the highest point in the whole surroundings, and then with the brake and by turning that wheel over there, the whole main shaft and the wheel goes about 2 or 3 inches to that direction. Then he is taking up that other wheel, then you can start the mill again, open the brake, and then that wheel starts turning. So first stop it, otherwise you're losing all those teeth. Empty.
The fan,
yeah.
How much did that weigh? What was the weight of that?
The weight of the top, the whole top and the cross together is 16,000 kilos, 16 ton. I don't know if you're counting something else, but you can calculate it out later.
How fast is it spinning now?
No, it's not fast, there's nothing. I think maybe something like 25, 30 miles an hour. But by 80, 85 miles an hour I like. Okay.
What would be a dangerous wind outside for the mill? Or wouldn't be dangerous?
If it is more wind coming, it's going faster. There's not more wind coming, it's more going. No, that's not really true. If it is going too fast, I can take off also the wooden parts from every blade. You can take out those wooden parts. When you're still going too fast, I'm turning the top 30 degrees below the wind, left from the wind, and then it slows down. Okay.
See, because of the engine room, you can see the brake here.
Yeah, up here you
can
can
stop
look right down on it.
the whole mechanism.
Got a steel shaft.
Just transfer it to the.
All you need up here now is a couple of chickens or pigeons dropping on your head.
You can feel the...
You can, you feel it.
Yeah, once in a while you hear feel a little gust of wind.
Imagine when it's real windy.
That's what I was wondering when I asked him.
How many Miller kids died over the years? Fell off these things.
Here's the, you can see the thatch up here now too. Oh, it's interweaving on that.
Every 100
those boards. Hey, nice cap, Bernie.
What a hell of a place to be.
What are we doing up here?
We're up here with the
Is this
pigeons.
number what?
Everything is done with wood.
Yeah.
He said 80 mile an hour winds are like, man.
Well, he said this thing goes 85 miles an hour. It spins. Right now it's spinning at 30. Yeah. He says it can spin at 85. You probably can't see the blades at 85.
Now, where's
like a fan.
Where's the brake? I still haven't seen the brake.
Look on the right-hand side. Outside of what's turning.
Right on
See that band all the way around? And he just pulls her down.
This channel here. You start the screw going and move the water
What he does is release this rope and
through
that
the
releases
windmill.
catch there.
That's what it is, yeah.
And then those
It would head
come
off
across
toward
and catch the spokes.
Yeah.
See right
You
here?
see on the other section.
All he does is just pull
This
this
is
rope a little bit.
6 foot below sea
and it
level.
catches the spokes.
And the Zuiderzee is about sea
That
level.
outer band.
Think about the work bringing it up to this
Where's
level.
Mary Jane? Go put the brake on, she
Right.
says.
The work about that.
Stop everything. Stop
This
the mill.
thatching that I saw.
Counterweight here.
I think it was on this old house or something. They were in England and they were showing how they were doing thatch. That is a job and a half. They put those bundles up. They have to work from the bottom up and then
Just
they,
like the
you
brake
said,
shoe in
they
your
gotta
car.
pull it around and tighten it. They keep poking this big needle and there's a guy on the inside pokes it back.
And that
out
stuff
again.
is tight. Feel it.
Yeah.
Push that once.
Yeah.
That baby's tight.
It's that
Well,
thick.
yeah, push it once. That's really thick.
It's a good foot thick.
A lot of weight, too.
Power change.
Just help Bluterman build that.
Planning
addition
the
to his
trip
house.
down.
I can't understand how you want to go home.
I'm going down.
Coming down.
For my next dive,
The
Now
difficulty
for the
is
United
2.3.
States. Doing a back. Whoop, 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 look out,
A backward descent.
Could you tip your hat, Lon? No, don't tip your hat.
Don't watch where I'm going.
It's not really as bad as it looks. He's just faking it. There's merely about 30 steps straight down of the water level. And how sea level is compared behind the dikes. The remainder of the country here. The working of the pullers and the windmills. Keep the water out. So the mill is turning at about 35 or 45 miles an hour now. By filling in the empty spots on the blades, you can make it turn faster. Take out the wood, you make it turn slower. He likes to go a little faster. He likes it a little faster. There only are 2 mills in the area that are working right now. They're starting to rejuvenate the mills. This one was built in 1650. Get him to move the sun a little bit.
That's all right.
It is impressive.
At 7:30. So there's a wake-up call in at 6, and the luggage and breakfast are at 6:30. 6:30. Apparently it's very busy. Tomorrow the reception said. Therefore, if any of you have any extras, whatever,
You see an absence of fences in the field. They use the ditches of water as fences. The animals will not cross the water. So that's why you don't see any fences in between the road and the animals.
Is the Amsterdam. It's a replica of a mid-18th century VOC ship of the same name that went down off the south coast of England on its maiden voyage. This new ship was built between 1985 and 1990, turn ship. The mirror near here the stern of the ship. By richly decorating the stern, the owner wanted to show his trade partners how wealthy and powerful he was. The statues here portray the gods Mercury and Neptune. The word return means in this context that the ship took not only a cargo to the east, but also brought a cargo back. It is possible to visit the Amsterdam as a museum ship, and it is also used for receptions and promotional purposes.
Look at that. Carol, look at flashed.
The Eastern Docks. The post office's distribution center is located here. On the right-hand side, you can see the largest Chinese-Indonesian restaurant of the city. This floating restaurant, which is a smaller version of the famous one in Hong Kong, can seat up to 900 people. At the moment, there are some 2,500 houseboats in Amsterdam. The city government will not allow 16th century as a watchtower to guard the main shipbuilding yards and wood storage places that were located in the area. As a result of the city's expansion in the 17th century, it lost its function as a watchtower, and Hendrik the Kaiser built a wooden steeple on top, which contains a caravan.
Doorbell.
Fruits, like you know, that China one.
She did use a few in that China, didn't she?
She did.
Yeah, you did, man.
You did?
It's the Wait House. It's supposedly the most valuable thing.
Wait, was when we were getting in?
Like, who cares? Here by the city wall, and it's called the Leaping Tower, for which Henry Hudson left, named the Hudson River. And that's it for today with this video.
I thought it was going to be a surprise for some guy.
Yeah.
To me. It was. After you, I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but I said, I don't know, waiting for a customer.
Sad part is, he probably got
Now,
nice touristy way to get across the Rhine. It's like the East River cable car in the Rhine.
Cable cars taking across the...
And it's about 800 kilometers long. It is not very deep. There's an average depth of 9 feet. And it can vary considerably. The river can flood easily. Now, At this point, let me switch tempo here. We're going to go right up to the cathedral and unload by a public bus stop. This is completely illegal, but it saves us walking a quarter of a mile. And so you should get ready now to
outside of the cathedral at Cologne, there's a Roman remains of a Roman archway. Entranceway to this huge Gothic cathedral. As you see, the twin spires seem to reach up. I suppose this is not as large as the Cathedral of Notre Dame, which you will be seeing in Paris. And I can't see how we can get much larger than this, though. A little rain on the lens there. All the stained glass was removed during World War II, put back in after war, otherwise it all been shattered. It's not like Westminster, perpendicular type of a structure, just straight up. Very high arch ceiling. Just about directly in the center of the church here. Back toward the stained glass over the entrance. Just kind of swing all the way around. It's a tad bigger than St. Fred's. All kinds of old burial areas in front of the church here. Everything's being in German. I don't know exactly what this is. Famous golden relics. The cathedral. Supposedly the bones of the Magi, the kings that followed the star to the birthplace of Christ were given to this cathedral back a long, long time ago.
Nee, da geht's nicht weiter. Die Leute kommen alle hier lang. Guck mal, wie schön dieser Innenstadt ist.
Some huge, impressive organ pipes here. Really raise a ruckus during Mass. Little pub right across from the cathedral. I missed the chiming of the clock. But if the girls don't get out of the bathroom, we might see it, yes.
Are you recording?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Oh, that's okay. Crossing over the Rhine here at Bonn. Definitely a working river. See, we're away from the flatlands of Holland to Germany now. Castles along the Rhine. It's the remains of an old Roman
These are
orchard.
some of the famous Rhine vineyards already. The Rhineland, right here on the left. Rhine wine. You drink all of that in the wine.
Down along the Rhine River here.
Solidarność. The Germans were up on top of that and overlooking the Allies' approach coming off on the other side. So it was not an easy bridge to take. Plus they had a lot of air support, the Allies, and that obviously helped a lot. See the stumps on the other side? Off the front right, two stumps. So now there's one end of the bridge. The twin stumps. Here we are. This is all that's left of the Remagen Bridge. We'll pull in here.
Again, just looking up the Rhine off into the distance. A little bit of current and a little bit of rain going today. Those are the supports across the river. It's all that's really left of the famous bridge at Remagen. Supports on both sides of the bridge, the river here. The church we're looking at before off in the distance. On this side we've got supports also. We're going to go down and take a look at a plaque here. Just behind, as you can see, This is definitely not Holland. It's dropping off toward the bridge. The plaque that's on the wall, we're going to check that out. We're just going upriver. That's going to be our boat ride later. Kind of boats that were used to go across the Remagen River by May the Truth.
Over, and I said, "What's the problem?" She said, "The toilet doesn't work upstairs." Okay. So I told reception, and he said, "What room is that, sir?" So I gave him the room, and he frowned and looked at me. He said, "We are aware of the problem, and it is not the toilet that doesn't work. It's the bidet that was incorrectly used." So, frowns, and came out. I have to send the hotel engineer up to take care of things. Continued the journey, and every night we had to put up with, in every country, in every city, this nice little manor house. Used to be a fortified castle.
It's called
Lovely. Part of the vineyards. And so she said, then I found this thing that turned, so I twisted it with all my might.
The vineyards going up the hills.
And she had twisted the cap off the water main, which was aimed right at her midsection. Now, off on the right, you can see silhouetted up against the grey sky another castle, Bad Breisig, up there on the right. This stretch of along the stretch of the Rhine, because of the cliffs that come straight down, they have a good view. Many of these castles were ruined by the French in a war in 1689. Louis XIV found an excuse to invade the Rhineland, hoping to make the Rhine the border of France, all the way up. You see, it is a border of France for part of the way. The campaign was unsuccessful, but to red wine. They produce red wine as well as white wine, but more white wine is produced. It's somewhat lower in alcoholic content. This is because of the climate. And it's sweeter. Even what a German calls dry wine would be too sweet for an Italian or a Frenchman. All this wine is harvested in September, early October. unless it's a Spätlese, which would be, we'll have to wait for the frost, you see. Then there's all kinds of wine festivals here in the fall. And in fact, there are tours. You just go up and down the river, stop at every place, and then yeah, all picked by hand. Like everybody gets involved in it, you know. That is exactly what we're getting now. Okay? That drizzle. In fact, quite a constant drizzle. And washing away the slopes. But because of the humidity, if the rows were horizontal rather than vertical, puddles would gather around in each of the furrows, and each plant would probably die because of root rot. You know, it's like overwatering a plant, sitting in a puddle of water. And so the rows are vertical to allow the water to drain off, the water that isn't soaked up. Now, if you go to California and you look at their vineyards in Napa Valley, they're exactly the opposite. They have horizontal rows. And this is because, first of all, water evaporates very quickly, and so it wouldn't really gather around the plant. Down in here, because it was torrential downpour, and just couldn't take it. That's a 13th century watchtower on the right. It has walls 11 feet thick. It's over 100 feet high. And it overlooks the confluence of the Rhine and Moselle River. Just above us, you'll see it better from the hotel, is the fortress, a huge fortress of Ehrenbreitstein, up here on the heights above us on the left. And this was erected by the Prince Bishops of Trier to guard the Rhine, keep a lookout on the Rhine. Now, Kaiser Wilhelm has only been up there for, I think less than a year. He was torn down once. And off there, you'll see a little bit further along here, between Kaiser Wilhelm and the hotel, you can't see it's hidden by the trees, you'll walk past a castle, Albert of Saxe-Coburg. Schloss Ehrenberg, and we're the local guide time that we're going to go again. Swimming pool. Here's the Schloss. We'll see it better when we come back, I suppose. We were down there already, and some of you, I had thought I'd gone over the various tipping procedures. I didn't go over how it was done. I don't think I did that because it's 10-15 yellowish looking thing. This was originally built in the 14th century, destroyed by the French, then rebuilt for the Prussian King William V in the 19th century. There's another castle here, right here, in front of us.
Right up here. There's a beautiful one up here. Here comes the truck.
And we'll see it all over the place. This is Burg Landstein. Burg Landstein. Burg means, B-U-R-G means fortress in German. B-E-R-G means mountain or hill. Venice.
Yeah, how do you like to dust that one?
Is it granite?
Marksburg Castle, so we're heading for our tour today.
Well, if things go well, we'll be stopping in St. Goa, which is a town similar to this tomorrow. We're halfway through the Peru mine, right here. The smokestacks.
Hiking up this incline here toward the Marksburg Castle. It's nice that we see a little bit of building because they're about ready to collapse.
You know, what if I record? You want a dirty joke here right
Sure.
now? For
You just
the
throw it on us here, Dave.
Sure. Video cam. You aren't going to show this to the kids. Right?
No, no. Well, they're older.
Oh.
We can visualize it. You figure this guy would be pretty safe up on top of this hill. By the time they get up here to stab him, they'd be winded. Oh my God, we're not here. That was just the outhouse and the servants' quarters. There's the castle up there.
Where do you throw the hot oil from? Is that where it is?
A couple more, right? Bernie's back there, isn't it? Yeah.
So you can carry that while I work on pictures. I would learn.
I don't know. Some guy's laying back there touching himself.
Does that mean anything?
Oil?
Oil.
Here are the Americans waiting for the hot oil to be dropped on them.
I never heard that story.
You want math stuff.
Oh, figures.
A couple of the people tonight are staying in the turret for the evening.
I think we have reached.
Head them out. All right, souvenirs. Good. Hey, bring back the cobblestones, huh? This isn't finished up real good here, folks. This is called the rippled concrete effect.
Look at how old Delft side.
Still have to go way up there. This is channel BBC 2. Careful, Carrie, don't get your pants dirty. Yeah, where's Quasimodo when you really need him, you know? No, that's Notre Dame. Well, there's a couple in that one room up there.
All right. Well, here, if you put a mark, one Finnegan here, you can get a close-up view.
And then take a picture then.
This would be a clear day, but I think the mist adds the mystique.
Oh, the misty.
Power in all your food. Okay, guys, we got to the first. Let's go get the guy up on the top. Frank, you get the ramparts.
Okay.
Or at least somebody's gonna get rammed. One or the other. I don't know.
guide will be here at precisely quarter to, because there's another tour going on now, 4:45, and that means you got about 10, 12 minutes. When you're finished with the tour, the postcard shop will be closed. So, let's go to the postcard shop now. You see the white sign?
Yes.
And just to the right by the stairs.
You can go shop.
Up the stairs where it says souvenirs.
Want me to pick you one up so you stay here? Carol, you want some money?
Oh, that's far away there.
Saving on these trips.
Oh, pretty.
Great footing if you want to lose an ankle. I mean, who cares about the horses? They don't put there anymore. Pay the sucker.
Oh, here. I think maybe this was chiseled right out of the rock. Instead of building.
Huh. That vine is getting away in the hot oil, wouldn't it?
Can I kill the vine off?
That was probably for fun. Or, I don't think people were real tall then, were they?
We have to wait here.
To the next stairway.
Where are you?
Welcome to Marksburg Castle. You are here on the only castle on the Rhine Valley which had never been destroyed, so therefore it's very good preserved, and it also belongs to our national heritage. Actually, we are standing in front of the third of totally 5 gates which are leading us up into the center of the castle. And there's also the beginning here of an old staircase which was chiseled into the rocks, and on which the knight on this would ride on the horseback up into the center of the castle.
Oh my goodness.
But the gates of this castle had been bigger in former times. You can see it very clearly at this gate too. You can see about the present vault, an older, bigger vault. The gates of this castle had been made smaller in the middle of the 17th century in the so-called 30 Years' War. It was a big war in Germany, and the gates had been made smaller to protect them against cannonballs, you see. Above the gate you can see a buttress. This buttress is a typical part of medieval gates. And on the bottom there are 2 holes out of which hot oil or hot tar could have been poured on the enemies if there was an attack to the gate. Now we want to enter the gate, and we want to get into the inner of the castle.
Watch your butt going in.
I'd be down there asking you to shovel the snow off of me. Yeah.
Definitely hewn right out of the rock, folks.
Well, at this point, some words on the castle's history. This castle is now over 800 years old. It had been founded in the early 12th century, and during its very long history it had been used for several purposes. The 2 main purposes were to be a toll station. Tolls had been extracted up from here from the people who were traveling in business on the river below us and on the 2 banks of the Rhine. The second main purpose of this castle was to be a fortress. It had been a fortress for about 150 years, from the 16th till the 17th century. When the fortress had become overaged and it hadn't already any military worth, it had been used for a kind of a resting home for veterans of war during the 18th century. In the first half of the 19th century, this castle had been used for a prison, And according to this use, the inner of the castle had been changed. All the interior equipment from the Middle Ages, which had survived till this time, had been removed and has disappointed. So all the furniture you see today in the castle isn't the original furniture from the ancient times. We tried to reconstruct a housing area prison. It hadn't been used for 34 years, and during this time it began to fall down. So it was a big fortune for the castle and for us today that in the year of 1900 the castle had been sold by the last German Emperor William II to an association called Deutsche Burgenvereinigung. This association had taken its aims in protecting and exploring medieval buildings and houses. For example, we do have here a big library with totally over 10,000 volumes, which are on housing and castles in the Middle Ages. Well, so far on the castle's history and the present use. Now we want to take on our tour through the castle, and we want to visit some cannons from the 17th century.
All right, Dave, let's go pour some oil. We'll get these people when they leave.
All that work, we gave 10 feet. Artillery.
You can see it of several different eras. For example, here on the left-hand side, we can see a cannon from the middle of the 15th century, so rather early cannon. It was remarkable, and this is the front-loaded cannons. On the other side, you can see some cannons from, of the 17th century. They had a range of 1,000 to 1,400 meters, so they could reach from here the other bank of the Rhine. Here in front of us, there is a palace from of the middle of the 12th century. And on the right hand side of the wall, you can see a rest of the medieval plastering. So you have to imagine that all the exterior walls of the castle had been plastered in the Middle Ages, and they had been also painted. We know that because we found in this plastering some particles of red color, so that we think that exterior walls were covered with broad red stripes, a typical style of colorizing castles.
Reach the other side of the bank with these cannons. Collect the tolls from the boats that went by below. You don't pay, we blow you out of the water. What do you think of that, baby Sherry? Huh? Like that one? Take that one home? Attach behind the bus?
We're looking at the balls come out of them. See them?
Oh, yeah.
They catapulted right out of here.
A garden, how it was typical for castles in the Middle Ages. But the people on the castles didn't only grow plants and vegetables in their gardens. They also and first grow herbs and spices. But today we cannot say where the medieval garden of this castle had been. The garden you can see today had been placed here. You are seeing here had been also known in the Middle Ages. We do grow here today over 170 different kinds of plants. So we want to take a walk along the garden and we want to reach the east side of the
Incredible.
No, just let it peel off, you know.
It's a little cool too. A little fun.
We haven't really got close to the top here at all.
Lots of wine. Thank you, Jessica.
Who's going to put their coat down so we can pass the water? I could live up here, Dave.
In his flat, he had also the only luxury of the castle, the only toilet of the castle, was sent to his family and his guests. All the other people who lived here had to go elsewhere, for example, behind the bush or into the stable.
It's hanging over the wall, huh, Dave?
Well, let's have a look into.
That's why they're big.
Yeah. They don't have to fertilize.
The only toilet in the castle. Poppies. That's what we need. China too? Sure. China, it's, everything goes out there. The windows are all barred here. I didn't see that before. It's the only toilet in the castle. There it is. All right. How'd they taste? Where do we go here?
Well, maybe even up from the time this building has been erected, this cellar has been used to keep wine in it. Because the people in the Middle Ages drank much more wine than we do it today. And they also knew only a small number of different drinks. They only knew wine, beer, water, and milk. Teas were also known, but they have been only used for medicine. So the wine was kept in barrels like these, and on the top of two of the barrels you can see pumps. These pumps had been used to press air into the barrel to keep it under high pressure to make the wine flow out more quickly. But in the Middle Ages the wine hadn't been filled in bottles made of glass because glass was too expensive and too wealthy for it. The wine was filled in jugs made of ceramics or made of wood, and such wooden jugs you can see here on the wall They are called Stützen in German, and the wine had been filled in them. They had, and once you want to follow the tour of the cellar keeper.
Head up toward the kitchen area. Oh, they love it. Those are the baskets that they actually like bring the grapes and stuff in. The presses are down here.
Why you listen to the story? I mean,
Yeah. For a horse or a good sized American here. I won't get stuck.
he used to take his horse.
What a place.
Well, now we've entered the castle's kitchen. In its architecture, it is still the original. It is very good preserved. So also the construction of the ceiling and the big open fireplace are over 600 years old. We have tried to furnish the kitchen in the medieval style, in the style of the time when this building had been erected, with the, for example, with the very typical kinds of big lamps. And so this kitchen has once again a nearly authentic medieval atmosphere. So in the big open fireplace, the meals for the inhabitants had been prepared, and the servants of the castle's commander might have had their meals in the kitchen. But who in his dining room belonged also to his housing area. His housing area is just above in the first door. Then you have to turn to the right, and you enter through the next door on the right, the staircase up into the first floor to the housing area of the castle's commander.
It's a small fireplace.
Keep looking at that baby, huh? I had never cooked. And we got a hard enough time getting a good meal now. I don't think Bonnie'd ever cook in here.
Here's the ice box. Look at the ice box.
Yeah, in the Xbox, right?
Secret passage.
Come on, walk through. That's okay.
Long ways to go. Sure. Yep. They curl up a lot.
nice apartment. These all wood panel. Yeah. You can see this, the walls are painted here.
Well, we have entered the housing area of the castle's commander. The smaller room you just passed was the bedroom and the living room of the castle's commander and his family, especially in winter. Because that smaller room over there is rather small and it had been heated by a stove, and therefore it was a very lovely warm room in winter, because stoves are very much more efficient to warm up rooms than open fireplaces. Here we are actually standing in the big banquet hall of the castle. This banquet hall had been used for any kind of feasts. The castle's commander received his guests welcome here, and also briefings had been here if any important decisions had to be made. In the middle between the two windows you can see the entrance of the toilet we saw from the outside. A very suitable place for a toilet. Well, from here we want to pass the chapel. The chapel who also gave the castle's name. The chapel was called Marksburg, Castle of St. Martin's. In the chapel we want to climb up a very small and very narrow staircase. So you have probably to take care of your head because the seating is rather narrow. Up from there we want to pass the room furnished with some different tools for making clothes. There you also can see an old loom from the middle of the 18th century. And then we want to enter the armory of the castle.
Of you taking a picture.
Oh, that's exciting. It's about the only pictures she'll take of the entire castle. Pictures. Pictures, that's it. Never even used a roll of film. Most of this isn't the armory, this is the chapel, right?
Yes, this is the chapel.
Hands have really lost their color, unfortunately.
It's remarkable that they're still in such good shape. He must have made a concerted effort not to destroy this too when they came over with their bombs.
Yeah. Well, there probably wasn't anything really around here that would be of any value in this direct area. It's a chapel of St. Mark, the castle name, Marksburg Castle.
So we were really quite around. This is back then.
Well, we're going to try it. Suck it in, folks. Well, those young girls, they get to laugh, but your day will come. This is narrow and this is steep. In Wisconsin Dells, they call it Fat Man's Misery. Errol Flynn could hold this place for about 60 years. Rhine River flowing down below. This is like it's centuries away. Oh, this is spinning wheels. And there's the combing of the flax, the spinning the wheels. And you make the tapestries with the cloth.
different kinds of armors of several different eras. We tried to show how armament and how equipment of warriors developed through 2000 years. But also most of the armors you can see here aren't originals. Most of them are copies. Just some of the armors on this side of the wall are made with original pieces. Also the armors on this wall are originals from the 17th century. Well, so it's a chastity belt. Chastity belts, of course, had been worn by women in the Middle Ages, but why did they wear them? We don't know exactly what's the purpose of this chastity belts was, because there are several versions on the use of these chastity belts. One maybe a very popular version is this, that if a knight went abroad on a journey, he locked up his wife in a chastity belt. It's a very nice story, but it's probably not true, it's only a legend. A very interesting version we know from Venice. In Venice, prostitutes should have been locked up in chastity belts if they hadn't paid their taxes. But for me, the most sensible and more reasonable use and purpose of a chastity belt is that when young ladies went abroad on a journey, when they traveled through the country, they wore them to protect themselves against raping, because the roads had been very insecure in the Middle Ages. There had been everywhere criminals, thieves, and any other bad guys, you can say. And so the women wore these chastity belts on journeys, because virginity was very important for the people in the Middle Ages. For example, if a young husband noticed in the first night that his wife, his bride, wasn't a virgin anymore, he had the right to send her back and to be divorced at once. And this would have been very bad for the woman, because the only future a woman had was to marry and to get a good husband and to have a comfortable and a good life. And so therefore I can imagine that women that women took care of their virginity till they got married. But nevertheless, when we took over this artifact in our collection, we asked ourselves, well, shall we present it in the armory with the weapons? Or shall we present it in the former stable with the torture instruments? Because I'm sure it was no fun to wear it. It hadn't been comfortable, I think. Well, now we want to leave the armory. We want to climb down the staircase to the left into the courtyard. We want to pass the dungeon and walk along the dungeon, and just behind the last
Crossmore Hotel is the castle of Prince Albert, who came over to marry Queen Victoria in England. We kind of stumbled onto these grounds looking for the river walk. This is where it was. This is a walk around the Rhine River, just across from our hotel. There's the castle up on top of the hill, fortress. The confluence here of two rivers, the Rhine and Moselle. We're going to head down here to see a big statue for William I. A lot of current there, there's a lot of water going by here. We came across the bridge. It was off to our right, way off. We passed on the way to the hotel. Tomorrow we'll be taking a trip on the river. Probably something quite similar to what we see here. Boats heading upriver. Quite a bit of current. Get closer to the castle, you can see like a watchtower up here amongst the trees. And there's a road that leads up, winds around toward the castle. There's our statue of Kaiser Wilhelm. We're walking along the lake bank to get here. The original statue was pulled down quite a number of years ago, but it's been refurbished, recast, and put back up. I think it's difficult to really gauge the size of this memorial unless you have also a person standing next to it to see the huge plaza here. Open area. The Rhine and Moselle River meeting. What do you think of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial there, love?
I'm in such awe I had to sit down.
Ah, it's weakened your legs, I see. Moselle River over there comes along this parkway, joins the Rhine, and heads up toward the Netherlands. Actually empties out in Rotterdam. There's a good chance to see the size of the monument with the two boys that are on the monument now. A huge monument behind. King William. Yeah, they didn't shout at us. We can take pictures here. It's not like we're in Amsterdam. Let's found ourselves a little square here. Everybody's out. Pop a little pills down.
Yeah? Yes, the market, and we eat the oysters there on the market, meaning that they all bought them for us.
You can walk right in if you wanna. This is Prince Albert's palace. He married Queen Victoria.
By the hotel now, that's what.
Just across from the Marksburg Castle. I know we had a tree
You have to
here
use
and
the
a
shadow of the
river
bus
cruise.
or there to keep the glare out.
Back here.
Hofen, which is just across from Boppard, and we're getting off for the first time at St. Goar, G-O-A-R, and as opposed to a city like Koblenz on the Rhine. Like many of these towns, was founded by the Romans, Boppard was. Now, it is a resort town, not so many foreigners here, lots of Germans. Drachenfels, this is on the right, Drachenfels, the big ship.
Our Rhine cruise here. Let's see if I can go our first number of castles and fortifications that we're going to be seeing. The morning mist is still burning off.
Isn't that lovely? Gotta feel like my right card gave out. Sitting here. I don't know where my partner, my buddy went.
That's it, yeah, everybody went angry. All the pigs go early in the morning. Beer, beer. You need to sit still.
We can
We
look
can
like
move
we're
it.
alive.
You want me to sing
like
my
you're
love
really
song?
alive. What a happy group.
Can you sing my German love song?
Yeah, can we sing Ya Ya and get to sing the
Ya,
rock?
ya, ya, ya.
What do you want, girlie?
That's how I say I love you in Polish.
Oh, can we see the ring?
Oh, Jesus.
It glistens a little. There, excellent.
Beer in a picture?
What a beautiful.
So fortunate. You know, I'm so selfish. I hope it doesn't rain in Paris.
Easier to take a picture from this side because you have the sun
The
behind you.
sun is behind you. That's the best.
You don't have to say much about this.
It's green.
It's not the Lee River in Chinatown.
We're still on the Rhine. We haven't moved, so.
We just passed the confluence of the Lee River
and the Wang Pu.
and the Yangtze.
This is so quiet compared to our China movie. Chung chung.
Well, we.
Compton invented the funny one.
学校上课的第二外语有初级1个礼拜3个钟头，高级学了一个礼拜3个学位。我累积出来也不会讲，就讲。
Catch a little wider bit of flat land, you plunk some houses in, name it a town, huh?
Plunk?
And we'll call this one Plunk.
或者相反的意思是讲
4.
白的说黑的白的。
Well, that's 2 are gone. 2 hours on a tape, and I've gone some.
当初我是做日本这一块，那现在是啥？是朋友。听说他们那其实他们那口，他们家住啦，或者我不定不去过，我故意看到他玩那种，就找他们住。
Ah.
Well, we went to a Badger game when my nephews were in, so we took my mom and dad with me. And the kids got tickets in the student section. They thought this is really
Didn't want to leave my shoes on the floor at night because I thought there might be something in it.
It was so fun. Slip and then they start sliding it down the side. Well, I thought we get so my dad loves to hear
Tom, it's gone. Balloon thing is gone.
Río arriba, a la izquierda, pueden ver la pequeña población de Veltis y la fortaleza
Castle, you'll call the Mouse Castle.
Vediamo sulla sinistra la cittadina
Bird Mouse.
e il castello Mouse.
Down below.
Does he come regularly? Comes sometimes. He doesn't always come.
Pretty much. He'll leave early. He's a
afraid of my wife.
And he should be.
He should be.
And he should be.
I'm over there glad-handed and
He screwed us royally.
I know, he's been screwed.
Get it to really shine.
Good way for the captain to take his car along.
Now that way I wouldn't mind camping.
Yeah, what do we camp? Look at up there on top, huh?
Baby cage, looks like monkeys in there.
Well, you know, that is kind of strange. They allow one car on, they got that thing on it.
That's their own. It's the owners. The owner and it's his family.
Get out of here.
And then when they go to 67.
So the barges have like play area, pool area, kids, take the car along, just heading down the river, do a little shopping.
Ex-Anlegestelle Sangerhausen, Station Sangerhausen. Fahrgäste für Sangerhausen, bitte zum Ausstieg kommen. Station Sangerhausen.
Get off here.
What are we doing? But I was prepared.
This one's a ruin though, you can tell. Look right through it.
You get the name of that one, Tom?
Ruin, it's got a long name to it. Right above St. Gore. Same side of the river.
Ruin Rheinfelds.
Rheinfelds.
The Rheinfelds.
Oh, shut your tape. Look at the modern home here attached to the corner. Are the
The
caretakers?
Burg Rheinfelds, built in 1250 by the Count of Hessen-Hombogen as a custom station. The mighty castle withstood the French attack in 1692, but was destroyed in 1797 after a non-violent occupation.
After what?
A non-violent occupation.
Die Stadt St. Glashausen.
It's the biggest one on the
Zu
Rhine.
Füßen der Burg Katz, die sich als eine der schönst gelegenen Burgen des Rheintales präsentiert. Ahead of us on the right is St. Goar, dominated by Rheinfels Castle, once the most powerful fortress and today still the largest castle ruins on the Rhine. Opposite is the town of St. Goarshausen at the foot of the Cat Castle, one of the most beautifully situated castles in the Rhine Valley. Devant nous, à main droite, St. Goar, coronada por la fortaleza Rheinfels, en otros tiempos la más poderosa y hoy en ruinas, por cierto, las mayores a lo largo del río. Davanti a noi, sul lato sinistro, sorge St. Goarshausen ai piedi del castello Katz, che vanta una delle migliori posizioni nella Valle del Reno. Dall'altra parte vediamo St. Goar dominata dal castello Rheinfels, una volta il castello più grande
Back,
e
that's the
ancora
Mouse
oggi le sue
Castle.
rovine sono tra le
Before, that's the Cat's Castle. Mausen, Katz.
No. Not now.
Is this a power shopping?
Power shopping. Yep.
I kind of like that better than
Demagnetized all of our plants.
Still? And then the thing that's surprised is I had a coffin guy who belonged to the medieval club.
Direktstation St. Goar, Station St. Goar.
Ferry system here.
Okay, Dave.
What? Go get it,
Cat's
Dave.
Castle
Get
here.
that card ready.
Power
shopping.
purchase is
Yep.
done with Power Shop.
Power shop.
Sag mal, die Frage ja blöd, wie wir fahren.
Stopped at a small town here. St. Gord, Bonnie's already in shopping mode. Cuckoo clock shop, has curios inside of it. Oh, Turista.
That's what somebody said after.
Oh, geez.
Ken Hall second. Sit down here. We'll pre-sign. See, right here. Yes, I am.
There, you got it. You can see in the distance the castle. It's going to change into a hotel. Hoping to stand in the street here and the clock at 11:30. Cuckoo. Turista, we have a new turista. I want to catch the cuckoo. And the little figures go around up on top. According to the sign, it's the largest free-hanging carved, hand-carved cuckoo clock in the world.
And every shop says that.
Well, you know, if they're all the same size, then they're all the largest because there are no larger. Didn't say it's larger than all the rest, just that it's the largest.
I think it's off a minute. But I mean, the cuckoo should be out. It's 11:30 by then.
We're back to get aboard ship again, looking across the river at the Cat's Castle. Bought the boys beer mugs here in town. They're Steins, which Bernie assured us were the finest quality. Bridges across the Rhine frequently, so use ferries here. One side to the other. Get from, they call that St. Goar Hausen, houses of St. Goar on one side. The city of St. Goar, we're standing here waiting for our boat, crossing the Cat's Castle. It's on the opposite side of the river. So you get from one side to the other. As you drive back to the big cities, use a bridge, you use the ferries. We're back on the river again. It's the Cat's Castle. It's a little church background here.
You want some?
edge of the Rhine here. Just look way up on top, you can see more vineyards. They plant them in the horizontal, vertical rows to facilitate drainage, otherwise the roots of the vines might die. Root rot.
Smile, ladies.
Referred to as a Laureline rock, about 400 feet high. Sometimes called the Mermaid Rock. Castle. Schoenberg Castle is over 1,000 years old.
Germans usually don't spring surprises on you. You know, if you tried this in France or Italy, you could end up with a nasty surprise.
I've never come up this side, I've always come up the other side.
Come up from the Rudesheim side.
Yeah.
And I saw the sign.
Well, it depends. We're here for the monument to Germania, overlooking the Rhine River Valley. Huge, impressive monument here. Rhine River Valley stretching out below, go up toward, eventually toward Rudolph. Looking to the west, to the east rather, that is, goes to the east. Rhine River flowing eventually out to the Atlantic Ocean. Sure.
That's it, I'm done.
She took her picture for Germany. She's heading back to the room. Check out some of the frieze work here. See, this is put up here by Kaiser Wilhelm. What do you say, Jim? About 60 foot high, maybe, huh?
For a bit of 60 to 80 feet high.
That's a big one.
And once you took this hill, nobody take it back.
Well, I had to look just about like Kaiser Wilhelm statue down at.
Yeah, huge.
We were on that corner of that. What's that little town? Last night, Koblenz. Koblenz. I can see where France and other countries would say tear the sucker down too. Does seem like a bit of national pride here.
Sure, you got the German eagle in the center. You got the Roman soldier winning victory on one side, and all of those military people down in the front there.
Yeah. Looks like we're ready to march again, folks.
Ready to take over.
I'd be very nervous if I was a neighbor of Germany after their past history.
Well, you might want several states between you and them as borders.
I don't
See
know
why the Soviet Union grabbed all of those countries after the war, just to have a more natural border between themselves and Germany.
Keep away from these folks. Well, Germania, as we say in America, Germania, farewell. It's like an eagle or a falcon in training. You can see the tongs on his legs.
I did.
So she's trying to attack Americans. Today you see we're getting along quite well. General Schmidt is in the lead here. It's kind of like a one alley town, huh?
Well, you go up here, well, one more alley left and right, and that's it.
Okay, we're just gonna wander. A little Rudolph here. What do you want now, Mommy?
A little ice cream.
Okay.
You think we find some in the
I don't know. We're looking. She's losing it, folks. She's been in the sun.
I had the apple again, but was that?
Bonnie got some prune stuff. It was really good.
That sounds good too. I like that.
This is really cute little town.
Do I have 5 minutes to go in there while you snack?
She said, yeah, if she was with a woman, she'd be spending all kinds of money. She's like upset.
Oh, this is true.
I'm saving her from herself.
Such a savior no woman needs.
Yeah, really. You know, when he stands outside.
Because you know the...
Yeah, what's
I'm sure I'll see them in France. At least I have to carry from here.
Better, eh?
I have no room.
I'm going to go across the Rhine on the ferry here. It's what, 6-7 minutes to ride across. They held us at a stopping lake until the ferry got here and then stopped traffic and drive right on. Very slick operation.
$60 an hour, 70. This was, how much was this one now? $42. Wow, and it's not a full bottle. I mean, it's not a big bottle, tiny. It's really expensive. Jim was talking to the guy, and he talked about opening it up. So he sat there drinking. Then when he left, the guy said, well, you might have to finish it. Wider range. Oh, fine.
They just put the smoke in our finest carry-on, but it does have one.
Oh, that'll smell.
Taste, yeah. I wasn't gonna put in another cool.
Might have really been better in this suitcase.
What did you buy?
Thanks. Well, I think.
All right, take a picture of me. I'll take a picture of you. All right.
Montenegro here.
Oh.
This is the Roman Gate, 1700-year-old Roman Gate. Trier. It's used as a church. Napoleon came in and ripped the church out and made it a proper gate once again. Here Bonnie, fresh up from her snooze in the back of the bus. She was stretched out. She's ready to roll. Trier is one of the 3 oldest cities in Germany. Trier, Cologne, Koblenz.
Oh yeah, oh man, yeah. China okay, do it,
Shopping our way through downtown Trier. Okay. After leaving the city gate, did a little shopping. See the gate way and get in the street here. Who's doing all the banging? It's not 6 o'clock yet. Middle of Trier, we have a nice little marketplace here. Fountain. Starting to put away the marketplace for the day. Some Roman ruin here, but I don't know, those rocks don't look like a Roman ruin to me. Little Roman room here in the city of Trier. for the evening.
Hey, bud.
Hey, there you are. Let's go find a McDonald's or some sort of restaurant. We're ready.
All right.
Heading down here to the ruins of a Roman bath, 1700 years old, in Trier, Germany. What do you think, Tom? Are you getting ready for a bath
Well,
here?
I think we're moving along now. We're building a new project. Here's going to be a
Yeah.
brand new subdivision.
This is the
going up.
size of the bath. What the hell's the size of the room going to look like? You know, get a little start for a thatched hut area right here.
Yeah, there you go.
There's the improvement they've made here, the blue toilets.
Lou's asked me how big Cuddy he is.
I wonder if that moon was over the baths 1700 years ago. Probably was the same moon, same side, eh?
Uh-oh, I gotta make a decision now. Oh yeah, you gotta mound them and all that stuff. You gotta cut the dead leaves off. And you gotta powder.
Okay, dive in the bath.
Take a swan dive.
A bevy of beauties at the bath.
All right. Get up there, Lulu. Careful, put your hand on top of the moon, Lulu.
Put your hand on the top of the moon, you're going to get it.
All right, do I have it yet? A little more? Little did they know that right down the road, things were not going well. Thousands.
Look at this one. That's the she and that's her print, her front print. Well,
Now you
here's
think
the
they're
guy.
really taking a whiz, or you
Yeah,
think
sure.
they got squashed in the?
Here's the guy there was on
The lava flow.
And here his front print is. Yeah. Just is
His
that
little
different?
what? His little what?
His little dicker.
You women are always
Little Joey.
emasculating
Little
us.
Joey went by on this one.
Beautiful garden.
With a little garden area here. Little pattern, huh?
Yeah.
Mary Jane, go out and read what the plaque says.
Frolic in the woods there.
Quick, this will be quick before somebody comes.
Okay, let's just kind of going through the garden here and checking out the sculptures. And the centerpiece here. Yuck! They're at it again. They're at it again.
You got it yet?
Check to see if he's still got his little dicker hanging on.
Do you have it?
Come into a big little statue garden here. I don't know what we've come up to, but
Hey, you've been around the block.
Garden of the Gods, and this would be Poseidon here.
We just said that, Tom.
Yes, well I gotta say it on the microphone here. That's why we don't know. Rescuer of unwanted babies, Flora. And here's the strange couple that we met earlier. Yeah, the touring guides.
We'll take you up to the veranda and share with you some of the fine architecture.
Is it from Frederick the Gay's Palace, though?
No, yeah, this, well, it used to be called Frederick the Gay or Freddy Boy, as he used to be called by his friend.
Pink is you.
Oh, you dumb dodo, you locked us out.
I got it right here.
We may be getting a guided tour. I doubt it. Beat man.
Like a lion.
This one's a real animal. Smile on this one's face.
The one on that side.
Freddy.
Good time Freddy, as he was known.
Oh, I'd say her dress slipped a little over there.
This was built by the Archbishop of Trey back in the 1700s, but he painted it pink. Pink became unfashionable when he moved out. Left this wonderful garden and palace to look at for us. The outside of the Roman baths, the ruins here. See the gang walking down. Kind of like looking for ruins and telling dirty jokes and just having a good time. Yeah. Now we leave behind the Baths of Trier. Military cemetery in Luxembourg where Patton is buried. We're going to go into the cemetery, make it just a brief stop here. All the American cemeteries in Europe are staffed by retired American military personnel. We have the Luxembourg American Cemetery Memorial. In 1945, Powell remembrance the achievements of her sons in humble tribute to their sacrifices. Memorial has been erected by the United States of America. It's the entranceway here. Park area. Recording of names of Americans that gave their lives in the service of the country. It's some of those that sleep here in graves that are unknown. Alphabetical order. We have a mosaic that shows the Ardennes and the Rhineland and the different movement of military through the area. The Siegfried line, you see Luxembourg will bulge out. Have a mosaic that shows all the military operations in Europe from June 6th D-Day on.
the names on the monument?
I didn't even look.
Here's the grave of General Patton. Row after row, white crosses. Some would have the Star of David if you'd have a soldier who had Jewish religious background. A lot of boys stayed here in Europe. Of our boys from Cutting, Norbert Tice, Private 110th Infantry, 28th Division from Wisconsin. The central area of the entrance here has a little chapel inside of it. You can go and take a look at the ceiling. It says, here is enshrined the memory of valor and sacrifice. I give unto them eternal life, and they shall perish, never perish.
Tom, it's Luxembourg, Luxembourg.
This is Luxembourg, Luxembourg. They couldn't make up their minds, so they called it Luxembourg, Luxembourg. The cathedral from the other side here. This beautiful old church here in Luxembourg. Bernie can't guide us through here because he doesn't have a license to guide us in this area.
just walk straight and you'll hit the bus. It's just over there. To the left, yeah. Around the flags, left, and you have to cross one street, go in, just walk straight. The bus is there. What? So, shops and cafes all around.
We're in Luxembourg, and this is the Ducal Palace here, off the town square. And here's the Ducal's Duchess.
Hey, welcome Luxembourg.
The Duchess,
We
yes.
go shopping now.
City Square here. Fountain. Trying to get rid of our Belgian money someplace. There's the cathedral we were just in. The little river down below that splits the town into two parts. Just looking off the square where our bus is parked here. Panorama.
Alles gesehen, da ist so ein schöner Garten. Schöner Garten. Fantastisch.
It's way down. We're local gendarme here. Keeps the traffic going. Bernie was saying this was called the casement. It has holes in the wall that would be a defensive purpose. Beautiful. Big the champagne
There's
district
grain
of
elevators over there. On the
France here, and green fields just a bit distance there.
And here's stores some
Vines.
corn. These are corn bins coming up on the right.
Try to go around the hills, wind. Like you did it all
Yeah,
along
and
the
that's
line.
sugar beet on the left. This green field right here. Sugar beet, some wheat, but just beyond where those combines are working, those are vineyards. See how low they are. The French grow their grapes very low. Now, the best before 7 or 8 years are up, and ordinary champagne is drunk a year it's produced. Nancy Romanage.
Don't worry about it, it's packed. What about Roman
Here's a
arches
Romanage.
here? 1,000-year-old Triumph arch. It's like some of the arches you buy in shoes.
For a photograph of the Little Red Schoolhouse. Okay. So if you
Eisenhower's Little Red Schoolhouse, where he signed the peace agreements for World War II. There's a Roman arch from the other side. There's a park out maybe a mile and a half. Building that Eisenhower schoolhouse in Reims, France. Little French girl coming home with her bread. We're back at the bus with the Roman Arch of Triumph, another sculpture. The old canoe together here in Reims, France. World War Memorial here. Our guide says this is for the war dead. Right across from the Roman Arch. Is this one squashing the grapes here?
How we drink it. How we gotta go eat it.
Wait, they want to take a
Oh
picture.
my God.
In the barrel, we're squashing the wine, the grapes.
Very well, everybody's.
Jim,
What's that?
picking out some wine for your cellar.
Yeah. Rock that. This wine fits well in the rock.
This photograph is taken right in the hallway. There, Charles Skinner, people that work for the wine company. This is the area for the deflowering of the American women. Champagne, the red carpet, the tapestry. And then, the moment.
All of the grapes which are used in the production of champagne must be grown in this region, or else it is against the law to call it champagne. It can only be called sparkling wine. What makes our grapes so unique is that the terrain found in this area is very unique. At the top of the earth, we find only approximately 50 centimeters of soil. Underneath that, we find up to 200 meters of chalk, like we see in the center of the room. This chalk is perfect for the growing of the vines because it acts like a natural thermostat, absorbing heat from the sun during the day, giving it back to the roots at night, maintaining a constant temperature, which is perfect for the growing of the grapes. In addition, it also absorbs water and holds it for the vines in the same way that it holds heat. Since the area of Champagne is in northern France, the average annual temperature is fairly cold, 50 degrees Fahrenheit or 10 degrees Celsius. This is also excellent for the growing of the grapes. The vines flower in the beginning of the summer, and the picking or the harvesting of the grapes is in September or early October, 100 days after the flowering of the vines. All of the grapes are picked by hand, and no machinery is used whatsoever, because we don't want to risk breaking the skin of the grapes, because we need the grapes to go into the presses in an unbroken state, so that we can extract a light-colored juice from even the darkest grapes. We don't want to allow the pigment in the black grapes a chance to stain our light-colored juice. So after the grapes are picked, 10 hours after to be exact, they are put into presses. These presses are located on site in the different villages so that the grapes don't have far to be transported, again, so that there's little risk that the skin of the grapes will break. Each oak press can hold 4,000 kilograms of grapes, and from those 4,000 kilograms we extract 2,550 liters of grape juice. The first 2,000 liters of which we here at MOM use in the production of champagne because it is of the finest quality. The other 550 liters are used to make other distilled spirits and alcohols. Okay? Are there any questions? After we press the grapes and we extract this juice, it's brought here to our caves at MOM so we can begin the fermentation processes so it can turn into champagne. Okay? If there's no questions, we can go downstairs into the caves now. Okay?
The elevators, the processing area down here in the caves, as she said.
I say the first fermentation because in fact there are two separate stages of fermentation in the production of champagne. This level of caves is 7 meters underground, approximately 22 feet, and there are 5 kilometers worth of galleries at this level. As I said, all of the land here is made of chalk, and in fact, since we are in the region of Champagne, so are all of these caves. They were all dug directly into the chalk. It's a little difficult to see it in here because it's painted over, but you'll be able to see it a little further along. It's not air conditioned here. The coolness that you feel is the natural thermostat working in the chalk, and the temperature is always maintained at 14 degrees Celsius or 57 degrees Fahrenheit, no matter what the weather is outside. After the grapes are pressed and we extract the grape juice, it's brought here to our caves to begin the first fermentation. It goes into barrels, like we see here. These are oak barrels. We don't use them any longer. Today we use stainless steel vats because they're larger and we're more easily able to regulate the temperature inside them. But the concept and the process is still the same. At this point, the wines from the different villages are kept separately so that they can each develop their own individual taste. So the grape juice sits inside the barrels for 8 months, and during the first 6 weeks of that time, the yeast, which is naturally present in the juice, reacts with the juice to turn it into a white wine. Carbon dioxide is also produced, but at this point we allow the carbon dioxide to escape through holes along the top of the barrels. So at the end of the 8-month process, we are left with a still white wine. Then our grand taster, our cellar master, comes and tastes the wines from the different villages and decides on that year's cuvées, or mixtures, deciding on which villages' wines will be used and combined to make each of our different champagnes. After he decides on what the cuvées will be, comes the assemblage, which is the mixing or the blending of the different villages' wines. After we have the mixed cuvées, we're ready to put the cuvées into the bottles and allow for the second fermentation to begin, which I'll explain a little further along. Okay? Are there any questions? At all? Mumm was founded in 1827 by 3 German brothers of the name Mumm, and that's when these tunnels began to be built. They were all dug by hand and were finished in the beginning of the 20th century. We're now going to go into a museum where you can see a lot of the equipment and machinery which was used in the production of champagne in the 19th century when Mumm was first founded. Here we see a bottle of wine into the bottles. Bottles which the wine is put into at this point are the same bottles which will later be sold to you in the stores. The champagne never leaves the bottles after it was finished before we send them to the stores, so that everyone still gets to pop the cork when they open up a bottle of champagne. So after we seal the bottles with the cuvée and the liqueur de tirage inside, we place them on their side in a horizontal position so that the second fermentation can take place. This takes place in the second level of caves, and I'll explain it when we get down there. Any questions?
The old bottling machines. Got some along here. Bottle lid, cork on, and seal the bottle and go up to the second fermentation area. Metal binding. Close the cork in. They would store the bottles horizontally. Let it ferment. So the walls here are all covered with chalk. And the chalk is discolored by the humidity down here. Yeah. Move the wine from the cellars upstairs.
Approximately 44 feet. Here the chalk maintains the temperature at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. At this level of caves where the second fermentation takes place, we have 20 kilometers of galleries, so please try to stay with the group. We also have 35 million bottles of champagne here, and all of the bottles which you see are in fact used in the production of champagne and are not just for show. I'd like to see here for the second fermentation to begin. The bottles stay in their sides in this position for between 3 and 5 years. 3 years for non-vintage champagne and 5 years for a vintage champagne. Vintage champagne is one which comes from a vintage harvest. A vintage harvest is one that occurs approximately every 2 or 3 years and is the result of the perfect weather, the perfect amount of sunshine, the perfect amount of rain for a plentiful, healthy crop. So the bottles sit in this position, as I said, for between 3 and 5 years, and during this period they are untouched. The liqueur de tirage, which is the yeast and the cane sugar, which we've added to the cuvee, reacts with the still white wine to create two things. First, we have the buildup of carbon dioxide, 6 atmospheres, or kilograms of pressure to be exact, and since the bottles are sealed off for such a long period of time, the carbon dioxide is forced to bind with the still white wine, turning it into the bubbly, carbonated champagne, which we're familiar with. In addition to the buildup of 6 atmospheres of pressure in the form of carbon dioxide, we also have the creation of a sediment or residue along the side of the bottle, which is yeast and the yeast fibers and the cane sugar. After they have reacted with the wine to create the carbon dioxide, they attach themselves to the side of the bottle, like we see right up here. The sediment forms after 6 weeks of the second fermentation process and remains inside the bottle for the entire 3 to 5 year process. As long as the sediment is inside the bottle, the champagne will continue to age and develop its flavor. Since we remove the sediment before we send it to the stores, that is why champagne will not taste any better 20 days after you buy it than it will the day you bring it home from the store, because we've removed the ingredients which improve the taste. We need to get the sediment out of the bottle, and it is attached or stuck to the side of the bottle, so we have to move it into the neck of the bottle, which we do in a process called brittling, and then we need to remove it all together from the bottle, which we call disgorging, both of which I'll explain a little further on. Move it into the neck. It is where they keep their oldest bottles of champagne from some of their greatest vintage harvest years. If you look in the back right corner, when we walk by, you can see some bottles from 1893. Left on their side in the second fermentation process between 3 and 5 years for most of them since they are vintage harvest champagnes. Then they were completely riddled and all of the sediment was moved into the neck of the bottle. For the older bottles, it's resting on the corks. For the newer bottles, on the metal caps. And then the sediment was left inside the bottles for all these years so the champagne could continue to age. It was originally started for experimentation. The bottles are today priceless and not for sale. But when Mumm has a private function of their own, sometimes they'll open up a couple bottles, but they never know what they're going to find inside. Some of the bottles are filled with champagne that is drinkable and some are not. A lot of things can go wrong in 100 years, and some of the champagne is turned to vinegar. Sometimes the cork is dissolved, the sediment may have dissolved back into the champagne. So even if they wanted to sell it, they couldn't, and their experiments just go to show them, reaffirm their opinion that leaving the sediment in the bottle for between 3 and 5 years will give it the finest quality and taste that it can have. Okay? So you'll see when we walk by the Vinotheque, it's a room with bottles lined up on the left and right. There's rocks along it. We're walking through a corridor. It'll be off to our left, and there's bars in front of it. Vintage, which makes up 87% of Mumm's total annual sales. Cordon Rouge means red ribbon, and it has become the symbol of Mumm over the years. We used to hang a red ribbon around our bottles to give honor to the French Legion of Honor, and it has stayed with us and become our symbol. The Cordon Rouge non-vintage, which is what this is produced every year and has the same taste each year, no matter which year's harvest it comes from. Pinot Meunier and Chardonnay grapes, and using grapes from as many as 45 different villages. In addition, it is a brut champagne, which means that it is dry, and only approximately 7 grams of sugar are added to the cuvee in the liqueur de tirage. We also have a Cordon Vert, which means green ribbon. Looks a lot like this bottle, except the stripe is green. And it says Cordon Vert instead of Cordon Rouge. It's made the same way as the Cordon Rouge, except that it is demi-sec, which means sweet, and we add as many as 50 grams of sugar per liter of champagne to our Cordon Vert. Next, we have the Cordon Rouge Millésime, which means vintage. It's produced only in the vintage harvest years. It is made the same way as the Cordon Rouge, and it is also brut, but it has a specific taste depending on which year's harvest it comes from. The year is also printed on the label so that you know it's a vintage champagne. Next, we have the Cordon Rosé, which means pink ribbon. It is our pink champagne. It's its pink color because we add red wine from the town of Bouzy to the cuvée at the same time that we add the liqueur de tirage after the first fermentation. Bouzy is in fact the only town which makes red wine for this purpose, and the Cordon Rosé is always vintage, produced only in vintage years. Next, we have Mumm's three greatest cremants, all of which are riddled by hand. The Mumm de Cremant, the René Laloux, and the Grand Cordon. This is our Mumm de Cremant, my personal favorite. It is our Blanc de Blanc champagne, which means white of whites. We use only white Chardonnay grapes, and only those grapes from the town of Cremant. Therefore, it is extremely limited in its production. France keeps it all to themselves and doesn't export any. Next, we have the René Laloux, the fluted bottles, which we saw downstairs. René Laloux is named for a former chairman of Mumm from the time of the Second World War. It was first created in 1969. It's produced only in vintage harvest years. It, like the Mumm de Cremant and the Grand Cordon, is brut, and it uses only the Pinot Noir and Chardonnay grapes, more Pinot Noir than Chardonnay for a masculine, strong taste. And finally, we have the Grand Cordon, considered to be our finest cuvée. It too, like the René Laloux, is only produced in vintage years, and it also uses only Pinot Noir and Chardonnay grapes, but it uses more Chardonnay than Pinot Noir for a more feminine, lighter taste. Grand Cordon was not created until 1985, and since the 1988 vintage harvest isn't yet ready to be sold in Grand Cordon, 88 is the only year which has ever been used to make Grand Cordon.
Now, if you do not have a vintage year, that would mean that your wine production would be down, would it not?
If it's not a vintage year, we produce only the Cordon Vert and the Cordon Rouge non-vintage and the Mumm de Cremant. Mumm de Cremant is created every year. But since 87% of our bottles are Cordon Rouge non-vintage anyway, it doesn't really go down that much. Okay? Are there any other questions? It's very heavy, and it is 8 times the size of the bottle and holds 6 liters of champagne. And this, which I cannot lift, is the Salmanazar, which is 12 times the size of the bottle and holds 9 liters of champagne. We also have 2 larger sizes. Mumm stopped production of them just a few years ago because they weren't exactly in high demand. But some champagne companies still produce them. We have the Balthazar, which is 16 times the size of the bottle, and the famous Noble Côte Nosar, about this high, 20 times the size of the bottle, holds 15 liters of champagne, and requires 4 grown men to lift. If you're buying champagne, your best bet is to buy a bottle in the magnum size because it is in these 2 size bottles in which the second fermentation actually takes place. In order for us to get the champagne into the smaller and larger size bottles, we need to pour it from the bottle in the magnum into the different size bottles, and some of the carbonation is able to escape. When maintained, the quality in all the different size bottles is the same. The shelf life of the smaller and larger size bottles is shorter because of the lack of as much carbonation. Whereas you can keep a bottle in the magnum. He was one on the side. The bottle in the magnum, if stored properly, can be kept for up to 5 years. The smaller and the larger bottle should be drank within a year of purchase. Okay? Any questions at all?
We'll leave the champagne
Now
factory
we're going
behind.
to make a brief stop at the cathedral. Because in order for a king to be legitimate, he has to be anointed, had to be anointed here in this cathedral.
The cathedral at Reims. He's saying heavily damaged by pollution. construction going on in some of the areas. You want people, you're going to get people, Brian. Bonnie says she'll meet me in the cathedral. She's going shopping.
No time for shopping.
You see where they've cleaned the cathedral and where they're still in the process. There's quite a bit of difference, quite obvious. It really is quite dirty here. The cathedral was heavily damaged during the war.
Franco, she's looking for you as her
Poor
lead
baby.
post.
She's looking for a lift, huh? You see the flying buttress type of construction here. Quite a bit of construction going on in the front, cleaning. You see, our guide said some of the facade is practically just dripping away here. They're in the process now of restoring as best they can, and scrubbing off the pollution of the years. These beautiful figures, stained glass windows, all up and down the cathedral here. So the facade here is worn away. Back just about as far as I can from the cathedral. The square here, I know it still isn't all fit for a viewfinder. It's just huge. Cathedral dreams. So we have large wooden doors that should roll on the metal floor. Support the weight of the door that swings open. Actually, there are three parts of the church. The buttresses on the outside, from corridors to the right and the left. You have a long central aisle here into the altar. It has to be a good football field in length. Above the altar we have stained glass windows. The stained glass along the sides is not very colorful. The glass that's above the front door as we turn around here, just to say the least, very impressive. Darker colors because of the scaffolding here, but once you get above the scaffolding, see the beautiful coloring. Huge window atop the entrance. Makes Reims is famous for their entrance window here. Place for the organ. About halfway down the church. Above the church, about halfway down, we start to get it back into the stained glass again on both sides.
Oh, ils étaient couronnés où?
Side chapel here for Mary. Joan of Arc. Here we see the arch side between the flying buttress and the actual cathedral in the center. All the kings of France have to be brought here to be legitimately seen as king. Joan of Arc brought the first king here. All the kings are brought here after that time. Altar with just a huge, huge candlesticks above the altar. Altar is flanked by the two round glass windows on either side. Cathedral at Realms. Didn't notice this on the way in, but alongside the entranceway are carved figures all the way up and around. Below the large round window, wooden gate entranceway here. Here comes a duo of sinners here. Are we sanctified now? Is he the officially the king? You are recognized as the king now, David. You've been legitimatized. See the dust and pollution of the ages here on our statuary. So it would actually like just be melting away.
Picture of him inside, where his head was
Could
in
be,
his
maybe that's St. Peter, huh? Was that the one that they beheaded? Baptist.
Tip of it, off front left, going up behind us. Well, we're now on the Beltway. This Beltway goes all the way around Paris and is a which lies left of this Beltway, where the location of our hotel is located. Here are the holding pens for the TGV. The blue goes east and west, the north and south, and the orange goes down to the western coast. All these on the bullet trains. 5 miles, and yet our hotel is closer to the city centre than the Novotel London was to the city centre of London. So the population statistics are not a grain of salt, perhaps not the right expression, but here's my kid's school, the red brick building on the right. Little red schoolhouse, one with all the barbed wire on it.
Out of our hotel here in Paris, Gay Petty finally arrived. Today, tomorrow, heading off for the bistro this evening. And look here, we have a streetwalker in Paris. Hello lady, how's it going this evening? Get out of here, that's all she says, the whole tour, get out of here. We went on an illumination tour after the restaurant. There's a museum back here of science and industry. Little plaza, little bistros, and braziers right across from our hotel. We're hoping to get our hands in a brazier this evening.
Some of you, instead of going to Versailles, went to the Louvre. Okay? So let us assume that you're going to want to, those of you who are not going to Versailles, back to the hotel. The subway system in Paris is the best subway system in Europe. There's a train leaving every station, every one, and you can figure out how many minutes it takes to get somewhere. But you go down the subway stop that you're more than 3 trips on a subway. The day pass is hardly ever amortized. The name of the pack of tickets is the railroad station of the north right here. It's called the Gare du Nord. This is probably, Mr. Bleifeld, where you have to come if you are going off to Luxembourg. Probably. There's another railway station, which is a possibility, Gare de l'Est, but I think you want Gare du Nord. Better check your tickets. The eastern station is just behind us to the left, 200 yards. Same area. Okay. A pack is called a carnet. K-A-R-N-A-Y. Carnet, s'il vous plaît. And you'll get 10 tickets. Every week. The opera, so you can already get an orientation here what it's going to look like in the morning. The bus usually stops coincidentally right by the McDonald's. Right? It's only a coincidence. Right here on the right. Right? There's a change place here on the left. This is where we're stopping tomorrow. It's right in the heart of Paris. Restaurants, cafes, banks. Right here. That's the reference point. Right here. Okay. The metro is just here at the next traffic light. It's called Opera. The Opera House. Okay, now. Here we are. There's the metro, there's the Opera House in the hole in the ground. It's called the Lucas Carpton. Just food. And just around the corner, the Church of Madeleine here. We're rather than talk about Concord Square, because I'll do that later after when the lights are on. Here's Maxine, with the Gold Dome, Eiffel Tower. And the main square where they had the parade, all the things have been taken down now. Champs-Élysées off to the right. Off to the right. I think that's the Eiffel Tower over there. The French National Assembly is the Grecian-looking building in front of us. Three-star restaurant. That's the maximum you can get in the most famous food guide. There are lots of other food guides that give 5 stars, 6 stars, but the Michelin guide has its own scoring system, and 3 is the highest you can get. And only 17 of them have it in all of France. And the Michelin inspectors are anonymous inspectors. They don't announce themselves upon arrival, only upon departure. And the owner of Maxime's, which is now Pierre Cardin, was informed that the quality of the food had decreased ever so slightly, and that there were only 50 of in France. So, Mr. Cardin thought that was an affront and an insult, and he told the Michelin people, and he did
bistro. Cafes, whole cruise, heading off for night at a time. We're back on the cobblestones again. Heading down to the bistro. They always feed the Americans in the alley. Maryland. They always feed the Americans in the alley, don't they?
Yeah. What'd you have? Oh, I had burgers and fries.
guillotine was tried out, as this plaque says, right here. The building behind me, which has just had its facade redone, was the printing house of Marat. You know, the one who was killed in his bathtub by Charlotte Corday? This was his revolutionary printing house. And then they excavated the yard here. We're eating in that restaurant there, where Guillotine and Robespierre and Napoleon was designed of this. Great donors and many friends over there. Sellers of the found sheep bone, because they started the guillotine sheep factory to try out the guillotine to see that it worked. Now that is not one of the things I'm mentioning tonight. There's a choice of starters or main course. Starters are, as said, French onion soup, French cold or escargot. Main course, beef burgundy, Normandy.
Eatery for this evening. This is this is by Napoleon, Guillotine, and Broussard. Revolutionary. We're going to hide the Americans behind this purple curtain. Here we have Napoleon's cousin, Napoli. Paintings on the ceiling.
Just wait till Tom finishes. He's having fun.
Look at mirrors and everything.
He's having fun.
Merci. Pardon. 2 minutes. Pardon, madame. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Tu as 2 places, hein? 1 et 2 là.
Okay, there's 2 places here. We've got 2 people. Is this one? How will we get singles? We get a single, any singles here? Switch around so we can get a couple?
Smile, Bonnie, you're on camera.
Parlez-vous français?
Dave's standing. He got his wife cut flowers. He's standing. I can take my own picture for a change. Hi, Marilyn. Oh, Mary Jane. Myself and me. They all say, how do you do that? How do you do that?
No. Open it.
There's an American starting a fight here, right here.
We're going to try again, Karen, okay?
So much fun. Break the glass down. That's it.
Hey guys, can we try again? Thank you.
They're setting up.
Gus, can you turn around? You got Sherry to turn around?
Sherry. Bye.
The cheese is not the dessert. The dessert is coming. These dumb Americans said the cheese was dessert.
Anybody? Are you going to eat the dessert you want, Bonnie?
I don't know. Bernie said I could be there.
What if you don't get your dessert, Bonnie?
What do you want, Bonnie? El Fontaine or whatever the hell it is.
El Fontaine. One of those damn desserts.
God, all I want to do is buy a dessert.
Where's your money?
Right here. Here. $7 for that friggin' thing, and I want it.
We're all out.
Well, show them what it is, buddy. You guys show us
50, what are we? Franks?
Franks.
$10. We PP, you know.
What is this?
This is El Fontaine. It's actually egg whites and egg yolk.
14,000 French francs later.
It doesn't taste as good as it looks.
Oh, it tastes love. It's beautiful. Just beautiful.
You should be recording that, Tom.
Come and meet some of my friends.
I don't know.
It's being recorded.
Mesdames et messieurs,
good.
messieurs, c'est mademoiselle from New York.
reflexology.
I came to Paris to hear Blue Moon and he did it so well. Yes. Thank you.
Bonsoir. S'il vous plaît, votre adresse.
We just had a wonderful meal to start the evening at La's Odeon.
Oh,
He's the name here.
Where? Relais Odeon.
Relais
Odeon. Relais Odeon.
Oh, that was a nice place. Nice evening. Good start to the evening here.
Where's your husband?
Who cares?
Okay. The next intersection, we're crossing the Boulevard Saint Michael, Saint Michel. You buy the Sorbonne, and the high schools of France are more famous than the universities. There are high schools of Paris, one called the Louis le Grand. It's a super high school. It's more difficult to get into than the Sorbonne. In fact, the Sorbonne today is passé. Nobody wants to go to Sorbonne because all you can do when you get out of the Sorbonne is be a philosopher, historian, or an English major. Everybody wants to go to business schools, you see, so the Sorbonne, right, you know, MBAs and that sort of thing.
Yes.
So the Sorbonne, with its reputation of intellectualism, is when you reach age 11, you are streamed off into the high school system. And the most prestigious high schools in France are in Paris. Only 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And is now the burial ground of all of France's greats in civilian. Voltaire is buried here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Voltaire is here.
It's wondering where it was.
Ja, immer rund. No, nicht hier, nicht hier. No. Louis XV erected this an interview. It's almost like getting into a college. And you can, if you live in this area, according to interviews and according to your junior high school record, and according to, you know, they have an entrance examination. Now, in front of us, you can see the Iron Grill Gate. This is called the Luxembourg Gardens. This is where the French Senate is located. A Senate in Europe is not as important as it is in the States. The Upper House here is like the House of Lords in England. It's an honorific sort of thing. And the most important house is the lower house, the Congress, or here called the National Assembly or the Chamber of Deputies. Bridge that we're going to cross, and we're coming up to the island of the Louvre, the complete face lifting. Right through these gates there.
It is.
Ja, was wir machen, drüben Rivoli und dann am Palais Royal, rechts und dann durch den Louvre und dann links. Ja. The two theaters, there are 2 theaters left and right. These are musical theaters of Paris and opera. There are operas on the left, small opera, and on the right, the concerts. The particular one was left up, and it was used during the Revolution to manufacture shotgun pellets. You dropped hot lead down the center of the tower through a net, and which split up the hot lead. That's still the way shotgun pellets. 2 wings to it. The Louvre, both wings, it's a U-shaped building, and that was the end of the U. Now we're traveling along the north wing of the U. It's one. We're going to go through it. It was not built in one epoch. This particular wing was built under Napoleon III. Now, in order to get through it, we have to make a right turn, a left turn, a left turn. This is the old Ducal Chaulieu, which is now part of the Constitution. Not a first-rate, but 1.5-rate hotel. In front of us now. This is the Comédie Française. And this is where all the Molière and Racine plays are performed. Jan is going to show us what he's made of. Is durch die rechte. What is this bus is 2 meters 50 wide, and that arch is 2 meters 30.
Hey, Jan, all right. Go for it.
We're going through it. Those are Napoleonic generals in the niches. And once we get through into the courtyard of the Louvre, you see the Louvre has just doubled its surface area in the last 5 years. The American architect, or Chinese American architect, I.M. Pei, designed the interior of the new Louvre, and it's the visible part is a glass pyramid. And